Welcome, everyone. Today, more SurrealDB. This time, we're gonna stop purely looking at the documentation, and we're gonna try to actually design some kind of schema. And we're gonna continue with the idea that we went over a little bit during the first live stream, which is the idea of designing a database for a blog slash interactive platform slash, I don't know, a little bit of a personal learning website. I don't know how to design it. Basically, a blog post that you can mark as that you learn and then have the requirements. So we're going to go over that. And the other thing is that we will actually try out something different when it comes to SurrealDB. So let me just create a new page, okay, and show it to you. Alrighty, so we're on a main page of SurrealDB, right? The thing is that if we're going to go to, for example, documentation, we can see that we're previewing for the SurrealDB 1.x. So the first version, the current stable version of SurrealDB is 1.5.4. But soon there will be a 2.0 of SurrealDB with some decent upgrades. Hello, Obina Equino. Aren't you one of SurrealDB developers, actually? That's pretty amazing. Alrighty. So, the deal is that soon enough, there will be a version 2.0 of the SurrealDB coming out. And I figured out, to make this content still relevant, a few months from now, let's actually take a look at the 2.0. So I believe earlier today or maybe yesterday, we can actually switch to the documentation version 2.0. It all got combined. So for example, in SurrealQL, we can take a peek, for example, at statements, and we can see that we have, for example, upsert. So this is one of the big changes. We have upsert, which is combination of insert and update. Basically has the same format as update. So basically in the version 1.0 of SurrealDB, the update will create a new record when, if it didn't exist. In 2.0, we don't have that behavior anymore. It will update only if, there we go. This is different from update statement, which will fail if the record does not exist. So that's the change. Therefore, we have upsert. And the other thing is that we have defined, for example, table. And now actually with the version of alpha 8 of the SurrealDB, now define table, you can't redefine it. You have to use the new alter table. So that's something that's coming into the docs, I believe, in a few hours. Just saw a comment from Obina. Yeah, define access is a very huge update. Yes, I was reading about that. So that's something that we won't probably touch during this stream. And we have hello from the Epic Unknown. Oh, hello! Wow, all the great minds of SurrealDB are coming to the live stream. Wow. I think I should be on the other side. I should be the one listening to you instead of you listening to me. So yeah, I look at the define access, and this is basically something that's replacing what previously was defined scope. It's basically so that we can have users defined as records and have authentication more in the style of what you have, for example, in Firebase, where you can use permissions for specific records and add your own logic to it, which I believe, at least in my opinion, is a bit more pleasant to work with than in Firebase itself. We won't touch that subject too much right now. I guess I will need to wait for the Surrealist to actually support it, because it doesn't support logging in through those new record users yet. But definitely we'll look at it maybe in a next or the further live stream. So let me maybe describe what I would like for us to design today. So let's go to Excalibur and just move somewhere aside, okay? Obina says you can actually use Alpha and Surrealist. It's behind a feature flag. That's very interesting to know. How do I switch feature flags? I guess it's when you start up, you need to add something to the on the command line argument when starting up Surrealist, I presume. So in the meantime, let me roughly describe how we can, what I would like to achieve today. So the whole idea is that, I have a little tiny blog website, xconti.tech, that I would like to expand a little bit in a way that right now I have some articles, and an article is often a little bit long, it's a long article. And I often don't have enough time to, keep adding them. So I figured, what? I'm learning a little bit of NIM language. I'm learning a little bit of SurrealDB, this and that. And often find myself, what? This is interesting. I'll note it down in Notion so that I can recollect, search for it later, or maybe it will just help me remember it because I actually typed it myself. So I'm thinking, what if I could make like really small blog posts? Like, hey, there's this thing in SurrealDB. Maybe there's this thing in NIM. Or maybe I want to start making more of a, tutorial that goes over various subjects of something that's composed of many small blog posts. So what if, let's say I'm going to the blog post. It's a very small subject. But here on top, it would say, what? This blog post assumes that you know about this and about that. And these will be links to the other blog post. Something like, requirements for a proper understanding of the subject. And I could basically make it that, okay, you click on this, you read about it, and then you can just check it off yourself. I learned this. I already know. So next time you visit this one, it will show a check mark that you already learned this subject and you already learned this other subject. And therefore, you're good to go to fully understand whatever the post is about. A little bit like you have some other learning websites where you can pick and choose what you want to learn instead of following a single path. So that's what I would like to end up with. And additionally, I would like to design it so that at the end of the post, you can like it, you can add a comment, you can like somebody's comment, respond to a comment. Just hoping that maybe somebody would actually decide to have a conversation about something, And not that somebody will actually use it, but I think it's a fun exercise to try to implement that. And I'm being told that in Surrealist, we can just do Control-K, and we should have views, functions, tables, query, users, API docs. Start database serving, open serving console. Look at that. There's more features here. Manage behavior. Command K. But what next? There will be feature flags. Manage feature flags. Wow, this is fun. I haven't seen that before. Feature flags. True. Models view. Okay. So basically, we can switch on few things. We can enable themes. I'll leave it not there for now, but I would like to add database version check, serial compatibility. There we go, 2.0. So let's do that. I'm gonna go with compatibility with Serial 2.0 because that's what we'll try to use. So I don't know if I need to restart SurrealDB. I mean Surrealist, but we'll turn it on when we need it. So the first concept that we have is basically that we have a blog post, okay? So for sure we need to have a concept of a blog post, right? And another concept that's common is that we have tags. I want this to be in a database as well. That, you know, we can tag that this blog post is about SurrealDB, maybe about NIM language, or maybe about .NET, or maybe about, I don't know, unicorns, something. And I would like to actually rename it instead of tag to something called topic. Because tag is kind of, I don't know, I don't like this term. I like topic a little bit more. So let's have a topic and post. The other thing that I would like to do is, for example, I decided to make a series of posts about a very specific subject, maybe working with permissions and SurrealDB. So for that, I will also like a concept of a series. So I can have a series of posts about some kind of topic, you know? And this way, you know, at the end of the post will be, oh, the next post in the series is this and that. And for example, dev.to has a feature like that. So that could be fun. So that's that. And the other thing that I would like to have is the idea that we have a comment, okay? We have a comment and a concept of a like. I'll just make everything as boxes now because, you know, we'll redo it. So we have a comment. We can comment on a post. We can like a post. And I would like also for somebody to be able to like a comment. So we need that somebody in a database that can actually like or comment, right? So we'll have a concept of a user. So this is already getting, it's going fast. And let's also make this whole thing as, you know, learned post or something. Learned knowledge. Something that connects the user to a post that they already learned it, okay? So for now, I'm just gonna draw a bunch of arrows. Sure. So a user can learn a post, okay? User can like a post. User can like a comment. User can comment on a post. And user can comment on a comment. The other thing is that a post can be part of a series or something, or I would say in this case, a series whole, you know, lists a bunch of posts. And a post is also about some topic. And on top of that, a series is also about some topic. So we end up with this whole network of things. So now that we have an idea of what we want to actually, you know, store in our database, we can start thinking, you know, a little bit more of details about the implementation. So the way I want to approach it, I want to say I'm definitely no expert on database design. I just think, you know, I just go with my gut in this case. So I'll go with my gut in this case and just try to figure out how it works. So we're going to define basically what data we want to hold in a specific area. And then we'll think when we'll be querying it, what are the ways that we're going to be querying it? And from there, we'll be able to decide if we want to have this as a record link, or do we want to have as a relationship or something? We should be able to figure it out at some point when we know how that interacts a bit more. So let's get over a post. Post should be relatively easy to describe. I'm just gonna put another box here, and maybe in that box, I'm gonna list out things. Let's make it to the left, to the top, and make it a little bit more readable. Okay. And maybe a little smaller. There we go. So with the post, I mean, I'll assume that everything has its ID because that's how SurrealDB works. So let's think. For a post, of course, we have the title, which will be a string, right? That's nothing crazy here. Title, maybe description. So I can probably just list them out instead of specifying types. Description, etc. The basics. But then I also want to be able to specify the topics. I want to specify series, and maybe let's add author, which potentially could make us also point at the user, right? Or maybe collaboration, authors or something. Who knows? I want to have open options, and if I'm not gonna implement it yet, at least it's in a database, it's possible, or at least it's designed for. So we've got that. Then we have things like the slug, which is kind of like unique URL that we can basically consider another thing. We have contents, but the thing is, I actually don't want to include contents, at least for now in this, because contents are basically code in my case, the .mdx files. So don't want to store in a database really, because that means I would need to suddenly make an editor for it. Yeah, that's a start. Okay. It's a start. So next let's think about the topic. A topic is like a tag, is just a name, maybe a description, and that's it. It just, posts can say that I have a list of tags. So let's just add topics, okay? And additionally, posts, can list what series it belongs to, okay? So thinking about series again has just a name, so maybe description or something, what the series is about. And additionally, I'll just copy paste it here. It'll be much shorter. We're just gonna say list of posts. That's all we need here. And I don't think we really need a situation where post belongs to multiple series, but maybe list of series. So notice that for now, I'm saying that both series contains list of posts, or post contains list of series. I'm just not being bothered with doing the arrows that point into, this is 1-to-1, this is many-to-many, all that. Right now, we're just trying to figure things out. So I'm keeping it, that simple. Let's just make sure on both sides that we have this available, that we can query it. I know we're going to do it, but we'll see. So this side of things, I believe it's relatively simple, okay? Relatively simple. But when we take into account that, wait, we want this post to be learnable, and the whole goal of marking a post as learnable is to be able to basically define that, to learn about this subject, you need to know this and that. That means that we need to add more. We need to say required posts, or suggested posts for learning. So this will be required posts as in required knowledge. So it will be a list of required posts. So this will point at itself, all right? So that's that. And because of that, we also have to think that, list of posts of dependent posts. Posts that, when you view a post, you could basically, on the bottom of it, we could display, okay, now that you learned this, these are the other posts that expand on this knowledge, or something of like that. I believe in the future we could even make it possible to, hey, display on the bottom, display only the posts that that the user actually has enough knowledge to learn, for example. We can go wild with it, all right? But, having this database would basically allow those interesting queries. Okay, so we've got that. Now let's move a little bit to the right and take a peek at the user. With the user, other than things like a name or, the email address, password, whatever we would store, in my case, I actually wouldn't store, because I already implemented that on my website. You can basically go in and log in through Clerk. So, we would integrate it with basically tokens, third-party tokens, which I'm very happy to see that SurrealDB actually supports. So we wouldn't even need to store any important data in our user. Just, okay, this is the user's ID, maybe something else, and that's all we need. So, yeah, that's it. But we want the user to basically store the knowledge they learned, okay? Let's do that. So, learned posts. That's what we want to store. So maybe I'll just delete that for now. We don't have it yet. I just wanted to point at a post that we learned something. So the user can learn posts. In theory, we could have viewed posts to keep a history, like, oh, I just viewed something, let me check what I was. I mean, that assumes that I have absolutely tons of content, but it's an exercise. What else can user hold? The announces post creation, last update, date, time. Yeah, let's include that, because that could be very helpful. And not only from the perspective that, this is something commonly done, but also it's an interesting from the point of defining the schema. And in the future, we would like to be able to basically say, hey, this post was last updated, this and that. So let's actually expand on it a little bit more. So, creation time for the post. We want the basically last updated. But let's do also update history, which will be something like date and summary. Just like sometimes when you go on a news website and said, oh, breaking news, this and that, you go back and you have on top updates. This happened and that happened. So you could basically add some kind of system that we can say, okay, this got updated, why? If it's a typo, we don't mention it, but if it's something more significant, we can just mention it there. And, if user logs in, we know that they viewed the post. We can just say, hey, the post that you just viewed or you just learned, has the thing updated? Do you want to review the changes? Blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Great thinking. All right. So we've got that. The user basically viewed posts, learned posts. Sure. Then basically liked posts. Okay. Comments that they wrote. Authored comments. Liked comments, because that's what the user can do. And we also want to store authored posts. so that the user can see, hey, these are the posts that I authored, co-authored, or something. Okay, this is a lot. Therefore, we can get rid of the concept of a like itself, but the comment stays, because for a comment, we need to store some kind of, wow, what a weird arrow, some kind of extra data. So what could we store for the comment? For the comment, content, date, creation time. I specifically would like it to be that you can't edit the comment, because, weird. You know what? Let's make it that we want to include version history. Maybe. That, like on some websites, you can see that, somebody commented, and then the edited button, and you can review the previous versions of that comment. Just for clarity, because I don't want situations where somebody commented on something, and then they changed it up, did some weird stuff, and suddenly the further conversation is out of context or something, right? So let's have this fun feature of version history for a comment. And then one extra thing that I want is basically is approved. So I want the contents to be moderated, initially by me, in the future maybe AI, who knows. I want basically to have a flag. Is it approved? If yes, show it. If not, don't show it. And we can even make it that you can't respond to an unapproved comment, all the fancy things. So, that's another thing. And the comment, of course, has author, related post, and we also want a parent parent comment. Basically, what it is response to, so they can respond it. And the unknown says, or the epic unknown says, if for comment, you could use parent, record, post, or comment to enable nesting. 100%. That's exactly what I was thinking. So we'll get to that. All right, so we've got that, and this was a like. So basically, we had a situation where we had the user pointing at post, or the user pointing at a comment. Number 5, to draw an arrow. Okay, so I think we're getting somewhere. I hope I'm not going too fast, but at the same time, I want this to be roughly an overview so that we can start getting into a little bit more interesting things. So, all right. I'm wondering if we should just start making an actual database schema for already, or start thinking. Let's actually start drafting it up as a schema, all right? This way it'll be a little bit more interesting. So, let me just close that up. I'll just have stuff I don't want to show in VS Code right now. Let me just switch to something else. Sure. There we go. I can unlock the screen. So let's just double click, and we'll just start a new SurrealSQL file. So we're gonna switch to SurrealQL. This is, by the way, from the extension SurrealQL. Awesome extension. Allows VS Code to basically do some syntax aligning for us. So I'm gonna save it initially, maybe in, let's do new folder, database, okay? And we're just gonna make it a schema for now. just so that I have it actually saved from time to time. So let's put it side by side and start thinking. So let's start with the post, because this is kind of one of the larger things that we need to do. So we just do define table. We want to define the table user post and let's just make the indentate with 4 spaces, because this seems to be a standard, and it nicely aligns with on table. Create table post. Oh, we don't do that. Yeah, create table post. And do we want it schema full or schema less? That's the question. Schema full would be where we can't add any extra properties, while schema less would allow us to add extra stuff. I'll go schema full for now. We can always change it in the future. So it'll be schema full. And I also like to just define that it'll be just a normal record. No links called post, just to keep things clear. I'm a person that prefers to kind of keep the database rigid whenever I can. And I just like to have the option to make it relaxed in some situations. And the GUI Moo sends a good night. Good night. All right, so let me just take a peek in our code, in my code, what I actually have defined for a post so far, just so we can just copy paste it instead of coming up with ideas. That will be in content. There we go. Here we have already existing blog schema. So I can temporarily just put it aside here so we can focus on that part. So this is basically the idea for a post. So we have the author, publish, date, title, slug, and all this stuff. So let's just keep going. So define field. Okay, we're gonna define field title. Okay, we'll start with title. Not define. Define. AI tries to get in the way. On table, post. Okay, and that table, I mean, this will be, of course, type string. And do we want default title? I'd say no. So I'm gonna finish it here for now. So one thing to remember is that in SurrealDB, when we define something a string, it can be only a string. It cannot be empty. It cannot be null or none or anything. It needs to be a string. And if we don't define a default value for it, it'll basically the database will force us to define it. And for something like a blog post, we absolutely want to be forced to have to define a name of the post ourselves. So that's where I'm going to leave it off. Then what else do we want? Sure, description will be exactly the same. I want every post to have a description. Additionally, let me see, post slug. So that's an interesting one, because a post slug, if I would go to a specific blog post, sure, this one, we can see that post slug is this. And, it's just a string. The whole idea is that this string needs to be unique for every post, because this is what is being displayed as, HTTPS. Sure, it will always be used for the URL. So therefore it needs to be unique. And additionally, this kind of slug format is common enough that if we're gonna go to SurrealDB documentation, in functions, we should have a string function slug. The string slug function converts a string into a human and URL-friendly string. So that if we give it this, it will automatically strip out all the spaces and replace them with dashes. It will make everything lowercase and remove all the strange non-web friendly characters so that we can have this. So one might think, okay, so let's just take the title and turn it into a slug and call it a day, right? But there might be a case where there are multiple posts with the same name for some reason, maybe newer version of a post or something. I don't know. I just know that personally, I want to be able to define a slug myself, just to be 100% sure that it's, it's a nice URL for sharing. So what I would like to do is use this anyway for storing, or do I? Yeah, I would like to, let's actually do something very interesting. I just got an idea. I'm just gonna copy it, but define field slug, okay? And of course on table post, and I want it to be a string, but then I don't want the default value, but SurrealDB allows us to specify a value, okay? So the value basically needs to be, this basically defines that if we're gonna send it, try to set the slug, it will be, the value that we're trying to set, it will be available for us as a parameter value. So what we can do, we can perform some operations on it when we're saving it, okay? So this is where we could actually do this, okay? And therefore, whatever I would pass it to slug when saving, it would actually convert it into a slug anyway. But I want to actually do something else. I just want to require the user to give their own value, but I want to verify that it's an actual correct slug. So the way I can do it is, I can say assert, and I want to basically specify that, first of all, I don't want it to be empty, all right? So I believe we should have some kind of way to define a length of a string. Is it possible? String length, there we go. So I want to say that string length of the value is larger than something like 3 characters, okay? I want, to have the script that's slug, just 3 characters, doesn't make it for me, okay? It needs to be more. And I want also the value that we passed into it to be exactly as if we would slugify it. So if the value turned into a slug, it's already the same thing. Only then it's going to be accepted. This way we know that the passed value is a slug, but we're not generating it automatically. Therefore, we're just verifying that it's correct. So that's the fun thing to do, I believe. All right. So that's my idea. The unknown says if the type is not option of something, the field is always required to be set on creation. Exactly. If we will make it an option of string, then it could be possible to make it empty. And this basically the same applies to all the types in SurrealDB, which is pretty awesome because it's consistent about it. Okay, so let's just take a peek. What else do we need to actually specify? We can actually look at it from here. The author. So we know that we want to set the author to be a user, but we haven't defined it yet, okay? For publish date, we're gonna get there in a second. If it's featured, if it's obsolete or something. So let's just have those 3 flags. These are just so that is it featured, should it be promoted on top of the blog? Obsolete, is it, like something that's not up to date anymore? I kind of like adding that there so I can review some content at some point and say, you know what, this is old. But I don't want to remove the content because somebody might still find a value in it if, you know, if they're using, I know, older version of Vue.js, for example. And draft is, of course, it's in a database, it's not published yet. So define field. Let's do featured. Okay. On table post, LE boolean, and that's it. Okay. The same thing will be, come on. Obsolete. Okay. And we're gonna do the draft, which will be the same thing. I know it kind of doesn't make sense if something is a draft and already marked for obsolete, but I don't know. Let's not overdo this logic. Because we could program things like, you know, if this thing is marked as obsolete, don't ever make it featured. You know, don't allow for those things, but not important right now. Then we have the concept of tags, which we want to make into topics. Image, sure, let's just do the define field OG image. And that will be basically on table post. And AI really tries to figure out things. I want the OG. OG is basically like social media image. Like when you share a link on Discord or something, it's the picture that's being shown when loads that little preview. So yeah, we want that. And the thing is that we kind of want it to be a real URL, but notice that we have the slash here. So I am not sure how to actually verify it 100%. So, I mean, I would like to verify that it starts with a slash asses or something. But for now, let's just make it a string. And this way it will be required to be set to something. I want that requirement. All the blog posts need to have a image. Dev to URL. So that's another interesting thing. So right now I have this specified, like, you know, hard code, like, hey, there's a URL to the dev.to website to their version of the blog post. But what if we want to have this blog post published on multiple websites? You know, each has its own copy, or each has at least its own URL. So what we could do here, make it maybe something like external URLs. I don't know. How could we call it for something like to have basically an array of other versions of the post. So maybe published at on. Sure, let's make it published on, unless somebody has a better idea. And this will be basically, come on, what's up with this wrong indentation? Type, and this here is where we want it a little bit more interesting. I always wanted to be an array, okay? I don't want, if there are no, if the post isn't published anywhere else, I still want an empty array. This will be helpful when querying things, because, you know, I can always expect that there's a table. I don't have to worry that, oh, is it a table or none or something. I'll just check for length of the table that was returned and call it a day. So I'm gonna make it into array of string. Okay, and that's it. It'll be just array of strings. These are the websites. If I need to decide to figure out if it's dev.to or something else, I can do it on a code on my website. I won't worry about storing, you know, additional names or something, at least not for now. That will be fun, I guess, in the future, when we'll be able to define our own types, which would be an absolutely awesome feature if we could decide that, you know, define that this is a combination of this and that and then reuse it. currently we could probably specify it somehow, but I mean, there are ways to specify, but I don't want to do it. With combination of arrays, it would be probably very complex. All right. And I wonder if I can actually add additional assertion that makes sure that every element, element that we add in here, it will be an actual URL. Because we don't have a type that is an URL. But I think I saw something where we could do define field published on, and I believe we can just do a star like this, which would mean that we're defining whatever's inside, all the four elements of that table. So on table post, and here we can specify again that it's a string. So I could, in theory, just say that it's an array, and all its elements are a string. And here we can do assert string, I guess, is URL of the value. So I can assert that the strings are actually URLs. Let me just verify that that's an existing thing. String is URL. There we go. And it returns true or false. So there we go. And that's something I'm happy about now. So when we're at this point, let's actually copy it and try to, let's see if it works. Because we've been just adding so far. But the nice thing is that we can use the Surrealist to just test it, because why not, right? So we could just start up Surrealist. Okay. And we could just go to Sandbox and, start doing things. But in my case, I want my test data to already start resembling the actual data so that we can build upon that, because I don't know if we're going to finish during this live stream or not. So I actually went ahead and deployed a separate instance of SurrealDB. I deployed it via Docker. You can basically, you can use this specific Docker, what was it? Docker compose file. I basically specified that I'm using image SurrealDB, and I specified I want version 2.0 alpha 8. Okay. Additionally, there were some changes in 2.0 where, when you specify the specific, user and password or whatnot, before you needed authorization before that. Now in 2.0, we don't have to have that anymore. I just store files somewhere and export in a specific port. There's nothing crazy here. It's basically nearly copy paste from the documentation. It's just I like to have things as a Docker compose, and unfortunately, most of the time, all the documentations regarding how to deploy something on Docker, they just want to provide you with basic Docker run and you need to convert it. But you can use ChatGPT, it will help out to shape it the way you like it. All right. So just wanted to show that as an example of what it looks like. And now that it's deployed, we can actually go. I'm going to make it really large, and we already had a connection here. So I'm going to, can you duplicate it? Perfect. So let's edit this connection. Okay. I just connect to that specific server through WebSocket, because that's like the default fast connection. And let's pick a namespace. So in SurrealDB, you can basically, when you run a database server, that Docker container, we can define several namespaces. These can be different. These could be, for example, different environments like, development, staging, production, or production A and B, and various other things. Or these could be, company A, company B or company C. I believe this is basically the idea for developers of SurrealDB are trying to make it possible to have one deployment of the database, and you can deploy your product running for various companies like a separate things. Let's say you made a clone of Slack, okay? Some kind of communication, enterprise communication platform, and you want to basically make it so that each team or each company, each one of your clients basically has their own instance of all the data, and that would involve, deploying this product involves multiple database, and you need to do a bunch of stuff. You can basically make separate namespace for each company so they have their own little data that basically SurrealDB makes sure that nothing can leak through those borders between namespaces. And then on top, we have the database, which is basically another little container for data. That's where we can make the tables so you can separate things a little bit more. So for namespace, let's just make it dev for development, and database in this case, it will be blog, okay? We're just gonna make it real simple. Our development namespace and database. And because of that, I'm going to update, because we can name the connection. And in my case, I want to say that this is dev, database is blog. And I'm using the user that was created just straight there, like the main root user that was defined during creation, when creating the Docker container, because you need to provide, the credentials. So let's save that. And we should be able to connect here, okay? Bam, we're logged in. That's it, no errors, so we should be fine. So yeah, let's start kind of developing it on two screens. I'm gonna just move this here for now so that we can kind of manage it. It's not easy on a stream to have all the text so large and fit it on screen for everyone to enjoy, no matter if they're watching on a phone or on TV or on a computer. I need to compromise. Okay, so what we can do is basically copy this, and let's define the table. Bam, we have table. We should see it in the designer. There's our post table. Next, let's grab all those fields that we have here, all the way up to OG image. I'm gonna paste it and run it. Oh, I see. Boolean. That's my first mistake. I believe all the Boolean should be bool. Sometimes I mix it up because one language uses Boolean, the other uses bool. Let's try it again. Oh, now it worked. So first we got an error for this one because it was already here. And now the defined table doesn't work if the table already exists. It just errors out. The post already exists. I would need to use alter table if I wanted to actually change it. It's just we don't have syntax highlighting for it yet. But we cared about those, so all the other queries worked. Oh, but the last one. The field published on already exists. Very interesting. I recall seeing it somewhere. I guess I'll give up on this specific subject for now, because I don't remember, unless it was supposed to be dot here. Because that's the thing that I just don't remember. I saw it somewhere on Discord one point, and it was very interesting. It wasn't Discord, it wasn't on the live stream, right? The first live stream, so it must be in the documentation. Yeah, I'm sure it is. So it will be in, probably, if there's a place, it will be in SurrealQL, data model, arrays. No. Just overall data model? Where did I see it? Huh. I did not expect that. Define field. There we go, array type. Oh, we just do this. Okay, dot star, and that's it. Okay, so we can define field roles on table user as an array of strings, and then additionally roles dot star this. So, so let's do this. Let's go back to our definition. For the published on, let's make it array of string, okay? Let's copy this, paste that, run. Look at that, the field published on already exists. That doesn't mean that I need to do alter field. No. How do I update field? Because in 1.0, you could just redefine the field and it just worked. Okay, that's an unexpected challenge. I didn't test 2.0 as much. I didn't expect such a large change. So I'll go easy route for now. I'll just gonna do remove field published on. Mithridates, hello, by the way. Mithridates says, I think alter just got pushed yesterday, so won't be usable for a bit. In the meantime, remove is the only way. Yeah, I saw the alter for a table. I haven't seen it for a field, so that's interesting. So remove field published on from post or on post. Let's see if this works. Run. Okay, that worked, so I should be able to redefine it. Okay, there we go. Yeah. I kind of like the idea of redefining fields. Just, bam, redefine it. But I can see the problem. Although, define field if not exists. That was the equivalent of this whole thing that, hey, throw me an error when I'm trying to redefine something. So there was an option for safety, but now I guess the safety is by default, and you will need to do it a little bit more manually. The only thing is, how do you check if the field exists to have it, the logic for it? That's the thing I'm not sure about, because I can see the need for writing scripts, like migration scripts, that need to alter things if they exist. If they don't, maybe do some logic that moves something. Therefore, one would need to inspect the schema to make those things happen programmatically. So I'm just wondering how this is going to work, and I presume it's going to be implemented at some point. Just throwing it out there that I can see that problem coming. Okay. So we designed it, redefined it to be an array of strings, and now we can basically set the published on dot star to specify the actual contents, define field, and let's just plop it here, and let's see if this runs. So it already exists. Really? Oh. It got created, I guess. Can I do it now? Now I can. Let me just check what it looks like in the designer. Okay, so we've got published on and published on star to basically the contents, okay? So given we know all that, let's try to define a create query. So let's try to create some of this data. Create post, okay? We're gonna name it test1, just so that we can refer to it easily. Or do we use real data? Sure. Create post. Let's call it mermaid for now. Astro mermaid. I mean, in theory, we could use a slug, but if we would use a slug, that means that we would need to use those funny little brackets, and that means there's even more copy and paste. We could, I guess. I don't even know. Oh, let's just leave it this way. Astro Mermaid MDX. There we go. So create this post on table. No, we don't need to because this is a table. Oh yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not thinking. And let's do content so that we have less typing. And the content here will be very simple. Title. Okay. Let's create it. Title. What else do we need? I can just divide it like this. Description. We can again copy paste. Bam. Yeah, it feels different when you're actually trying to describe real data and use real data rather than just put in 1, 2, 3. There we go, a slug. For now, I'm going to put in a real value so that it's gonna pass, and then we're gonna try to modify it so that it actually fails. Where do we have the slug? There we go. Post slug. Okay. Then we've got featured, sure, true, and obsolete, false, if I can spell correctly, and draft, which will be false. Okay. Then we've got OG image. So let's just put OG image. And the thing I want to point out here is that I noticed that a lot of examples on SurrealDB documentation and in the samples, they use underscore for spaces. Okay. I guess this is the convention that will be promoted, or I guess docs will be using, but there's nothing really stopping you to using OG image like this. It still works. The unknown says you could add default for featured, obsolete, and draft. That's true. Like by default, it is draft. That will be definitely helpful. We're gonna do that. Default. True. Okay. By default, we want the draft to be true so that when you create a post and accidentally or something, you forget to specify that it actually is not a draft, it will be set as a draft and won't be really published. Okay. So we'll set draft to true. Obsolete. The thing is that with obsolete, I would like to force myself to think, is it obsolete? Is it not? So that, you know, I need to think ahead if what I just wrote is obsolete or not. Maybe painful for now, but we'll see. If I don't know. And for featured, let's do default false, okay? Sure. So before we finish this, we can basically copy the featured because we just changed it, and draft because we just changed it. And we just need to do remove field featured on table post. And the same thing for draft. So let's try to run this. Bam. We should have redefined, okay? Just like that. That means I'll set features to true, to true because that's what I want. And draft, I can just, I also don't want to skip because this one is actually published. So it doesn't save me really in this case. And then for OG image, I want to copy the actual link. Because the thing is that this database will be used by the Astro that I use for my website. So basically when building the website, it builds those static pages. It will use the database to actually get information about those blog posts. Or possibly this will read it from the file here, post it to the database, like update this and that when I'm actually building the website so data stays up to date. and whatnot. We'll see. The actual implementations for further for future what do you call them, for future consideration. So then the third thing, the last thing, is that we need to specify published on. It needs to be an array, but it doesn't require us to have any specific number of elements. So published on will be just an empty array, and this should let us actually pass it as in create it. Okay, so let's see if this is gonna work. Run. There we go. We created the first post. And Explorer, we've got the first post with all the fancy little columns displayed like this. And published on, array of 0. And the slug passed through, okay? So now what we could try to do is, instead of create, let's try to do update, okay? And let's leave this create here. We're gonna just try to update values. So let's do update post, this specific post. And instead of content, we're gonna use set. And why is that? When you do update content, it will try to replace all the contents of the whole record with whatever you put here. So if I would put suddenly, just published on, it will be as if I would try to create it without a title, without a description. It will try to remove all those values. While with set, I can just specify, you know what? I want to update only published on. Or in this case, I want to set slug to value of Astro Mermaid MDX. And this should fail, because what's going to happen, I presume, is that it's going to try to, we're going to take this value, it's going to plop it as this parameter here, and assert will be run when we try to update it. And assert will say, okay, is the string more than 3 characters? Yes, good. But is it the same as if we would slugify the value? Ooh, the characters will be different, so it should fail. Let's see. Bam. Found Astro Mermaid FDX for field slug. Record this, but field must conform to this. So it failed, okay? If I would just do AST, it should be fine, right? Oh, because it needs to have a fourth character. There we go. Oh, now it works, okay? So, okay, this works. It actually 100% works. I will make it an underscore. Again, it wouldn't work because, it works. So underscores are allowed. Okay. I guess that's the convention of slugs. I could add more stuff, but for now, this should work, okay? This is how you could, in theory, basically ensure that whatever data you're providing is correct without doing it automatically. Okay, so that works. Now let's just take a peek and make sure that when we add the something to published on, it actually is gonna verify that the value there is a URL. So let's say that I want to set published on, okay? And I'm going to set it to a list of a single URL. So in this case, I can just copy this URL here. Bam. As far as I understand, let me just put this on the other line. There we go. As far as I understand, this should work. Run. Okay, it worked. Perfect. Published on has this. I should be able to have multiple. In this case, actually, I will be... that's another thing that we can do. Because I'm creating a list of exactly 3 of the same. And it allows it. It creates 3 of the same element. Which is not really what we would like, right? Because if we have duplicates here, that kind of sucks. What if we have a bug somewhere where we try to add to a list and it just adds indefinitely? It's just every time we build a website, it just adds in there. And I know, and we show multiple links to the same thing. I know that there's a different data type, which is, in our case, in data model, there's a set, okay? Or we can define set, maybe maximum length or whatnot. But the thing is that I don't know if, just like an array, we can actually specify the values or not. Because the whole idea about the set is that it automatically removes duplicated values. So let's see if we redefine this specific field to a set, if it actually works. So we have a set, and we can try to redefine it, okay? Let me just make a separate little query on the side so that we have something. Let's make it, rename it to field definitions so that we have one spot for working with that. And we'll have here remove field published on table post, okay? And we should oh, another thing I'm curious about. So look, we're gonna remove published on, but what's going to happen to the field published on dot star if I remove it? Interesting. So I'm gonna run this. Worked. And designer, the published on with a star still exists. Interesting. So what if I'm gonna try to define this as a set now? Worked, but doesn't mean that this works with a set. I'd assume it works, so let's see. Let's update it again. Run. Look at that. Duplicates got removed. Works. What if I'm gonna try to make this one with additional letter? Update. There we go. We've got two different ones. What if one of them won't be a URL? I'm just gonna do single slash. That should be an invalid URL. Okay. Can I make something just straight up weird? ABC. Okay, now this failed because it needs to be URL. I guess the checker for URLs is allowing a lot. I guess this could be considered a URL as well, right? So that's why probably. No. Interesting. So I'm gonna do this. Start with HTTP. It won't work. Start HTTP with this and single slash. It works. Okay, so we've got a bug. You can start with HTTP colon and a single slash. And that doesn't look like a valid URL, at least as far as I know. I never tried to put something with a single slash. I guess modern browsers will just be happy about it, but we can try, okay? So, what did I just do? I refreshed weirdly. I click Control R, okay. So let's see. Let's go to this website, okay? dev.to. Wow, sorry about it being bright. But okay, this works. What if I'm gonna change it to a single slash? Still works. But it automatically fixes it to double slash. Interesting. I don't know if that's a bug or not. I don't know to what extent things try to correct themselves. I don't know if I would put it with, if I would give a link to some other system, let's say some kind of backend system, it might be actually complaining about this not being here. So I would definitely try to fix it to make it require double slashes. I don't know, that's just me, I guess. But there might be some other requirements why it's not requiring double slash. But for now, it's deduplicating, and it will allow me to have just one value as well, right? Single value, correct one, bam, it works. Removes duplicates. Just like that, we have already so much functionality and checks in place. You know, all we did is this, and there we go. So that's the thing I like, that I can put that stupid silly logic in a database. So if I have multiple clients, maybe a browser connecting to it or some Android app or something else, I can have that common logic already here in the data so that the database makes sure on its own that its data is always correct. It doesn't rely on a specific backend that you need to connect through or something. So yeah, I like that. So let's move on. Let's move on and just make sure that if we need some other data to be quickly specified on the post. We'll get to the author. So yeah, publish date time. So this is when the thing got created. So normally, if I would be making a database, okay, all the records, they keep track of when they got created and whatnot. So we would have something like define field created at, okay, or on. I don't know which one is actually correct. So created at, and this will be a date time. And here we could just say that, hey, time now is the default value. So what this would mean is that in our create statement, we would be able to basically say, hey, create it at a specific time, but if it's not provided, it will calculate it itself. So this is kind of fun because, you know, if it's a new blog post, we just uploaded it, whatnot. It will just assume, okay, now is the creation time. It's good enough. But if you would make it into value, that would mean that this will be set automatically. Therefore, even if you provided a value or something, that value that you provided will be 100% ignored, and it's going to set itself automatically. And I believe this is also because this value, what it means, if it's specified, this also means that this is added here automatically behind the scenes, so that if you have the value specified, it will basically add a default, and therefore, whenever you create the post object, this field will be added to the object automatically. So this is something we want a little bit more. The other option is to add read only. And that means that once this field is created, we can't edit it. Even if you're a root user, you can't edit it. The only way would be to remove the definition of the field or like change it so it's not read only, and only then you can actually change it. So, you know, you're not stuck with data being there forever. You can always delete it, but it's not that straightforward anymore. Okay, so even if somebody has big permissions, they can't remove it with one query. Okay, but I believe there's some kind of recommended way for this, and let me just take a peek because I believe I saw it somewhere. So if we're going here, I believe we can just go. Let's go on a new page, SurrealDB.com, and in a blog there will be listed an update about this. Our new demo dataset has a lot in store for you. So back in June, this new basically dataset for like a demo got released, and here I noticed that there's even a little bit about the schema showing like, you know, good practices, like, hey, this is a fun way to format those definitions, right? Or define field images something URL. define the subfields of the string data type assert that the URL is valid URL. Interesting. So, oh, I see. So images is an array of objects. So for all of those elements of the array, if the object has the URL defined, it needs to be this. Okay, sure. That's cool. And I saw this, created at. So the way they kind of showed as an example is that if we want the created at to be set, type is datetime. And this is interesting. So the default value, if we won't set it manually, it'll be time now, okay? The current time. But if we set it, it will be ignored, okay? And they do it in a way that, hey, just take whatever was already set there and don't try to change it. Or if it's set to null, then change it. So the thing that I was looking at here, if we would have it like this, without the read only, the thing that will happen is that, okay, I try to change created at to some other date. And that forces this to be recalculated, so the created at would be changed anyway. See? But the read only would make it impossible to change. So I wonder why this here is not defined as read only. That's something I'm wondering about. I don't know, maybe it's just preference. I kind of like this read only there because you just can't screw it up. This just seems a little bit too complicated for it. I don't know. Maybe some of the current viewers actually know something about it. I'm very curious. What's the reasoning behind it? And in my case, I actually want to have it changeable. Okay? I actually want to have it changeable because I can see situations where, you know what? I wrote this article on another date or something. I don't know. Do I want it changeable or not? Maybe I shouldn't. It's too much power. Let's make it so that we can set it. If we haven't set it, we're gonna automatically give it value. And besides that, it's read only. So let's make it that if we didn't set it, default is basically time now. If we didn't set it. But after we set it, we can't change it. I can already see that I will forget to set the value at some point, and I need to delete the whole record and recreate it because I need to fix the date. Published at. Okay. Let's change it like that. Publish that, because I don't care when the record actually got created in the database. Oh, and we got some responses from the unknown. I think the demo dataset was created before read-only was a thing. Not sure though. For read-only, it is recommended to use a value instead of default. Interesting. Okay. Good to know that value is recommended instead of default. In our case, this would be, default, I guess. Okay. So, but I want it editable anyway. So I guess this could be a recommendation if you want to have something like created at. It just sets itself automatically, no matter what, once, and you're done, okay? And you won't be able to ever change it. So it's good for, record keeping. Or if you want to set it once manually, you just do input, or if the input is not set, its value will be none, and therefore or will work, and switch it to this. That's another option. And after it's set once, you won't be able to change it unless you delete the whole record and recreate it and whatnot. But in my case, I want to be able to change this value because I can just say, you know what, this was created on that day. Or I'm going to pretend that's a new article and I'm just going to publish it tomorrow or something. Because sometimes another thing is that as a draft, I want to keep it as a, I'm planning to publish it at some point. I want to also be able to set it at a future date. So, it could be tempting, like, what, I want this or that. No, I want it to be able to set it to the future date. So in my case, published at will be date time. So it always needs to be set, but I don't want a default value. Okay. I want to be able to decide when it needs to be published, period. So sure, let's just go with that. We just went over multiple scenarios for no specific reason, but we got to an interesting conclusion. So I'm happy to know that, the read-only might be recommended right now to actually use. So what we're gonna do is gonna define another field, published at, because we have published on and at. Interesting. That might be a little bit confusing, but I'm just gonna go with it for now. So maybe published at, we can actually add comment, okay? The date and time the post was first published, okay? Just like that. And for published on, we can just specify comment, other, URLs to other versions, to versions of this post on other sites, okay? This way, if we're gonna do that, we're gonna update this too. So let's go here. I'm gonna paste them. I don't want to update this one. This one's fine. So we can remove the published on, and publish at isn't there yet. So we can just run this, and there we go. So what this comment does is that if we go to the designer and we click on it, I guess you can't see a comment here. Too bad, because this could be useful to, hover over it or something. See the comment, but this is for a field. So maybe here I'm gonna go to field published on. No comment here either. Interesting. To be honest, I didn't expect that to happen, that there's no comment option here. Interesting. But where you can see the comment is if you're gonna do info for table post, I believe, run, and there you go. You have fields, description, draft, featured, and we go to published at, we can see the comment. Okay, that's a comment about it, so it's kind of already in the documentation itself. And of course you can see it in a documentation file that you hopefully keep track of, because this is a nice thing to just check into your version control to be aware of how things are changing. Just good practices. Okay, so we got published at. Do we need any other dates or something? Verification UUID, I don't want that right now. This could be replaced just with an ID of something. This is all unused, really, feature. Sure, publish date. And did we have something else? Yes, we wanted to have updates, list of updates, right? So on a post, we have title, description, authors, which we're gonna get to. Let's actually edit it. Can I add that? Hey, check mark. Sure. So we completed this part. Got slug, no topics, list of series, required post, dependent, no that. Created time, last updated, and update history. That's something I would like to add. And Vishrat is asking, can you tell me what language you're coding in? I just joined. We're actually looking at the SurrealDB and Surreal database. It actually uses its own SurrealQL, Surreal query language, which is their equivalent of SQL just for their database, because they have so many more features and just made it more, nice, that I'm just using plainly their language. And it's, if you go to SurrealDB database, for example, the website, go to resources, SurrealDB documentation. There's a whole section about SurrealQL, which is their QL language, and there's a description about that. Maybe after the stream, if you like what you see, you can check out my first stream about SurrealDB. I'll be going over the basics of Surreal query language from the point of person that just learns it for the first time. So yeah, that's that. So in here, actually, so we did those. I added check marks of what we actually include in our schema. So let's just take a peek at the update history, because it would be nice to have a list of, updates that happened and keep track of the last update, I guess. So let me think. Update history. We need to have the date of an update and a summary. That's an interesting thing. So let's make it first like this. Define field. Let's call it updates. Okay, this will be a list of updates. So we're gonna, what just happened? Updates on table post. For some reason, recently, I'm often pressing, removing something. And I'm used to do control backspace to remove whole world. But sometimes I press shift backspace and it just removes the whole line. So somehow my just hands do this automatically. And I know, I guess this mixes up with all the AI suggestions going wonky. So we have updates, and let's make it type. In theory, it could be a set, but I don't think I'm gonna bother with that too much right now. I mean, it's not like I'm gonna be changing this data non-stop, that I'm gonna worry about it running or something. So let's make it set of objects, okay? Yes, it does look like a lot like SQL, but it feels a little bit more ergonomic, because a field is an equivalent of a row in a table. We define a table post. It's a schema full, so, behind the scenes, a table is basically a list of documents. But what schemaful does is that if you define any fields on that table, you can't automatically add some more things when you create an actual record or row or whatever. If we will make it schema-less, you could actually add arbitrary number of fields when you create records, but these would be still, the ones that you define would still need to be properly handled. So we make updates as a set of objects, okay? We'll just make it like that. And let's add a comment that list of updates to the content of the post, okay? It's about the content, nothing else really. So now we can define those fields on an object, because object is just an object. That means I could just put empty thing. But we can actually do the thing that we just saw in the other thing that I was like so happy about. So let's make this updates, and each element needs to have a value in there, which will be date, okay, when it happened. So we're just gonna make it that this needs to be a date time. And I wonder how I can check it, because yeah, I can probably make it assert that whatever we try to set here, which is, that's a good question. Is it just value and assert? I think the value that we want to set it to needs to be later than the value that we set for when it was published. Okay. I think I will need to do this dot publish that. So that's the thing that I'm not sure about now. I think I talked with Mithridates about it recently a little bit. And basically when you create an object, when you create a record, the fields that are the way the fields are being processed is one by one in alphabetical order. Therefore, if I'm trying to do something here where I'm checking, you know what, compare if the value of this is later than value of this within the same record. The value itself just sets the value of this specific part of the record that I'm trying to set. So this object should refer to the whole record that I'm setting. And this published at, in our case, alphabetically, is before updates. So I am basically able to have its value already calculated here. But I don't know what would happen if I didn't have it set. Because there could be a few scenarios. First scenario is I'm just creating a new entry, right? I'm creating a new entry, first new post record. So before that, there was nothing. There was no record, so in theory, this wouldn't exist. I don't know. Another scenario is I'm updating the record, and an update, I'm just setting only this value. I didn't pass anything else. I don't know how this is being resolved, but I'm hoping that this is gonna work. I'm just hoping it's gonna work. And this is purely so that updates, there's no weird stuff here. Not 100% necessary, but how? And then let's just define description for it, so that we need to have the description for the actual update, what happened at that date, and that will be everything that we have inside updates. Let's see if it works. Let's see if we are going to, put in here, define those three fields, run. Okay, Surreal accepted it. So what if I'm going to update the existing post? Okay, and I'm gonna try to set updates, okay, to be just an empty array. It should work, I think. Found none for field published at. Huh. So this doesn't exist. Published at. Really? When I click this record, oh, we don't have published at defined at all. Did we wait. Why isn't it set? I forgot to add it. Oh, I just forgot to add it. Silly me. So that's the thing. When we update the table, the whole object isn't reevaluated, because that would kind of make it impossible to do in one go. So I guess we need to basically say, hey, in Designer, we see that we have published at, so we don't need to add it here. We just need to set the published at. Published at, and let's make it time now minus, I don't know, 3 days. I think this should work. Or not. No. Duration of 3 days? Nope. Parentheses. Unknown for field updates. Ah, look at that. So now when we try to set a value, it tries to reevaluate all the other fields, or at least the one that is related to published at. Maybe. Interesting. So I need to also set updates to be an empty object. Okay. I mean, like this. Okay. Let's see, and the comma. Oh, I'm forgetting everything right now. Let's try to run it. Okay, now it works. We've got the published at specified. So we took the date now and removed 3 days from it. So 3 days in the past, it's on 29th. I guess UTC. And updates is empty. So what if I'm gonna just do updates set again? Will that work? That works. Okay. So let's add an update to it. Okay. We're gonna add an update and we're gonna make it an object that holds date. And we're gonna try to make it now minus 4 dates. Okay, so let's do time now minus 4 days. So it should be before the published at. So that should fail, and description will be whatever. Okay. This is purely test data right now. Let's run it. There we go. This didn't work. So that means I'll make it 2 days ago. It works. Okay. I really wonder if I'm going to try to change the published at, will that complain that this field is wrong? So what if I'm gonna change the, I'm just experimenting now, published at time now. Sure, time now. What if I'm gonna try to set that? Is it gonna complain? It complains that the update date is wrong. That's awesome that it kind of checks on the other ones. Oh, this is really good. Cool. So suddenly setting this here makes sure that all the other stuff is still correct. Okay, that makes me very happy. Okay, good. So I'm gonna leave it the way it is. I'm just gonna set that the updates are absolutely nothing. Although we could try to set that this, besides description, has law on it of something. And I think this means that this law value will be just ignored because we haven't specified a field for it. And therefore, because this is schema full or something, or like more like we describe that this and that field needs to be there and nothing else can be there, it will be ignored. I don't know. Let's try. Yep, it ignored the field. There we go. So we can be sure that no other sneaky data will get in there. Awesome. So let's just set it, remove all that and set it to an empty array. Okay, because we don't have updates for this. Okay, so we can basically go here and put a check mark to update history. But what I would like also is to have a field that's always up to date. I think that says, what is the last updated time? Oh, yeah, no, thank you for making sure that the chat is in check. You're awesome. Okay. Yeah, I myself don't know how to ban people, so that's funny. I think it's like slash command or something. All right, so the other thing is that I would like to have something like a field. Let's make it last updated. Okay. And this will be a date time. the date and time the post was last updated. So the value I would like to have it here is, if we don't have any updates, I would like it to be the creation, like the publishing time, because last update was when I published it. While if I have any updates, I want to find the latest update from the list and use that date as the last updated. You know, something simple. One way to do it would be to create basically a view table that has the whole query or whatever, or whenever you query the data, you actually fetch it yourself. But I wonder if we can make it so that the database will automatically set this value for us whenever we have to. I'm just really curious, because if we'll look at the documentation, let's take a look at the documentation for define, field, and value. Okay, setting a default value, so that's with the default, and the default takes it from the value. Alter the past value. So basically the value field only alters the past value. That means it won't automatically update, as far as I know. So what we could do is define an event. Basically, we could define an event that if the post was altered in a way, and if either the publish date or the updates were updated, then we're gonna basically reevaluate it. Okay, update this last updated. So what we could do here is on table post type date time. Default is basically, we could set a default value, right? Time now. For starters, I don't know. Or maybe I can do this published at. So at least it has some kind of value here as the default, all right? That means we can set it manually, although it doesn't matter because it's gonna update itself at some point. So let's just do this and plop it in here. Okay, we're just gonna place it here, just like that. Run it, okay? Initially, you can see that we don't have it here yet. So we can just temporarily, queries here. Let's just create another post, like test one. I guess I'll need to just keep those testing ones. And we just need to probably add the published at to be time now minus, I don't know, 10 days or something. And then we're also gonna, what do we need to specify? The updates. You know what? I would like the updates to have a default value of nothing. Default is empty. It makes sense, right? Because most of the time when we will create a post, we don't want to create an update. So why do I need to specify manually that I have updates? There we go. So we can just go here, remove updates from the table post, and come on, and redefine it here with a default value. Okay, this means that here we just don't need to specify this field, and let's see if this will actually work. Okay, run. Okay, so we've got a new post test one, and do we have the last updated? Yes, the last updated got itself from the published at. Cool. And to my surprise, it actually got a correct value. So that's good. Sure. I don't know how those defaults get evaluated, how this actually got the instance of this with a specific value. even though this value didn't exist because it goes in alphabetical order. It's kind of a mystery. It's something that I would like to go a bit deeper into this, how it actually calculates itself, because it's interesting. Okay, so you got that. It got set. So now we can define an event, and this is where fun begins, because you can do so much with events. The nice thing about events is that one event can trigger more events down the line. So I was able to actually make like a whole, tree traversal where it updates stuff, searches for stuff. It's crazy. I'm sure there are limitations. I don't know where. So we can go here and see that we have defined event. Okay. And this is relatively simple. We define an event, a name of event that needs to be unique to the table, as far as I know. On what table? And when it happens. So this is like the initial check where we have available before and after. So, if it's an update or something. And what happens then, right? Bam, and do something. And we can either do those normal parentheses to have a single thing here, or we can use curly brackets to have like a whole set of things to happen. All right, so let's try to figure it out. So what we're gonna do here is define event and on post update. Kind of not great, because it doesn't mean any value in a post updated. On post dates update. Okay, let's make it clear like this. Define event on table post. So I can probably just plop it here, make it look pretty. And what else do we need to do? Then we have when. So when, and we have multiple things here. First of all, we're going to define that the before, when the before the published at is different than the published at after the change. So basically, if this field changed, or and that's the thing that I'm not sure how to detect, because the updates itself won't change. It's already the whole object there. We would need to have some kind of code that compares previous and new updates, deep inside, if the dates are there, if the order of things is the same. In theory, we could do it with queries and things, but maybe we'll just run it every time the post is being updated, Like, we're not doing this as often, so it doesn't matter. But the one thing that I will want to point out is that you can specify specific events, like detect only when we create when we create, update, or delete a record. So in my case, I will want to update that value only when we update or create the record. I don't want to try to update this value when I'm deleting it, because it's gonna be gone. So when event is not delete, okay? That's all I care about. And I'll default to, double quotes, because I don't know, they're kind of more useful when you're dealing with text. So this event should fire every time we are doing something with post, which is not delete. And we just need a keyword then. Then, and we can just put our code here. So in my case, I want to be able to basically specify, if I have anything in updates, find the latest one. Otherwise, use the published at. Okay. So we could do if. Will array work on it? I guess array. len or length, because we need to check how many elements we have in updates, because this way we'll know if there are any updates. So let's check functions, database functions. We don't have set functions, so I presume the array function will work. The weird thing is that documentation says that, hey, you've got the data models in this thing. If somebody knows to actually click the heading here, that it has some kind of content, then it says, where was it? Here, you have a set, okay? And then nothing else about it other than this. And then you have about all the types and nothing about the set, not even pointing you to, hey, look at the arrays. That's probably the closest you can find about it. And then we have nothing about functions for them. So, this might be another little thing to update, I'd say. So I'm assuming array functions will work, and I would like to check to see the length, okay? Yeah, len is for length. So if array length of the after basically the new value of the post updates, yeah, method has a, oh yeah, we'll need to add a set there. Well spotted. Yeah, that was one of the first thing, because I can see array and set, like, ooh, set, that sounds very useful, and there's no info about it. But it's the first time I'm actually using it. So, okay. So when we're calculating value of last updated, if there are updates in an array, so if it's larger than 0, do I need then or not? I don't think I need a then with if else statement. Let's just double make sure, because we have 2 variants of it. If else, okay. We have 2 variants. We have, was it defined here? Because one is legacy, one is the new one. Okay, the original syntax, like I saw it in the somewhere mentioned as legacy, is if something, then something, and, okay? And then the new syntax is if, and then we have just brackets like in normal programming languages, and whatever happens inside here. And one thing I want to point out that actually made me switch to 2.0 is that the return statement in 2.0 actually makes the code basically to, the function or something, stop executing and just return. Before that, if you were defining custom functions or, those little blocks of code, the return would, at least in functions, it would specify a value that's going to be returned, but the thing would keep executing, which was kind of weird. So let's do this. So if the length is, if there is something in the array, then what are we doing? Then we need to find, so let's just do find the latest update and update the field, okay? Otherwise, otherwise we're just gonna do, how do I set it? Do I need to do, yes, because event, this is not running anymore on a specific record, okay? Sure, we have the before and after for the record, but other than that, it's just a normal separate query that it'll be run. And let's see, because the unknown has some hints. I keep forgetting to look at Twitch chat. You can omit this. Okay, the before updates is not after updates, should be sufficient to detect changes in the array. Oh, that's awesome. So, okay, sure, let's do this. So when event is not delete and before but published at is not as this, or before.updates is not the same as after updates. We just need a parenthesis here to make sure that it's this and everything after that. So I believe I could just make it pretty like this, okay? This and that. And we can skip this. I presume it's this that we were talking about. Instead of this published at, we can just do published at. I presume. I'll leave it for now. I just don't want to go back to here to deal with stuff. Well, we're gonna try it at some other point. So basically, if there are no updates, I want to do update and after.id, which will be the ID of the post that triggered the event. Set last updated to the new value of published at. Okay? That's what we're doing. But if there are updates, this is where we need to figure out how to get the latest update. I guess we could use a query. So let's think. Let's do let, which will let latest update. So we're gonna create a variable or parameter latest update, and we're gonna do here is select something from the new value that updates. Okay. So we're gonna take the new value of the post and go into updates into the list, and we should be able to do order by. Let me just check how the order by worked. Go to the select statement, and we have order by. So to sort records, SurrealDB allows ordering on multiple fields and nested fields. Use the order by clause to specify a comma-separated list of field names that should be used in order to order the resulting records. The ascending and descending keywords can be used to specify whether results should be sorted in an ascending or descending order. Okay. Collate keyword can be used to use Unicode collation. We don't care about that. And numeric can be used to correctly sort text which contains numeric values. Okay. So what we're going to do is basically order by. We need to get to the value that we're ordering by and description. Do we have an example of nested? We don't. Okay. But they mentioned we can do that. So we should be able to do select everything, because we don't care what, from after updates. So we're already inside updates. So we basically get a list of those. Order by, and I believe it was date. Date, exactly. Date, and that will be descending and limit 1, because we just want one result, right? So we're just gonna get that specific update, and therefore we can select a date from it, okay? So the value, value will be basically, it will take that object with a date and return this. And because we limit only to 1, we can do from only. I think this should give us the latest update. So I'm gonna share a tip that I figured out so far to kind of debug it, because it's hard to know what did we set it at to. I mean, we don't need to really debug it. We can just do the update to that value, okay? This is simple enough. But sometimes if you need to have a bunch more code to run, beyond it, you can just do throw and say last, update was, and then add and convert to a string the latest update. You could just do that, and therefore your code will just stop here and you're done. That's how I did it a few times. And you could even say, something like last update and give it a value, and it will return the whole object if you wish so. So you have some options here. But then here we just, update the record with the last update value, and maybe it should work. Vishwat says report post. What do you mean by report? You mean throw the whole after? We could, I guess. Just for misinformation on misleading idea. To add some option to report a post. Sure, these will be just my personal posts, so I'm making sure that I'm not spreading misinformation. But one can always leave a comment like, what you're saying is wrong, and I'll be always happy to join the discussion on my blog posts. Because I like to know when I'm wrong. All right, so let's see if we can actually run this thing. We have then, so define event on table, when this, then do that. And we just need to remember about our little semicolon. So let's copy it and try to register that event and see what happens. So I'm just gonna do events. Sure. I'm just gonna have it here to just register it. Let's see if we made any syntax errors. Run. Of course we did. There was a problem with the database parse error expected closing delimiter from update. Okay. Really? I guess we forgot a semicolon here. It's always the semicolons. All right. Run. Okay, now it's good. Okay, only one error. That's not bad. So let's see if it works. Okay. So if we go to we can probably just make a query to make it easy. Let's make another thing. So let's do select. We're gonna do post test 1. Wait, select everything. Or more like last updated from this post, okay? What does it look like? That's the last update. Sure, the 22nd. So let's do update. Post test 1. And we're gonna set the published at to something like time, date. Oh wait, time now. I will just want to use time date because of C#, unfortunately. But okay, so let's see if I'm gonna run the whole thing. So first, we run the update. Okay, the last updated is still old, while the published at is new. Okay. But look at that. When we then run the query, get the last updated, by the time we run that query, we already have it here. So the thing to know is that when we run this query, we get the data returned from it. And even though by the time we get the data back, the events already run. Because the event will run within the transaction, which is this specific statement. Because as far as I understand, each, I don't know, it kind of is weird sometimes, but each entry here, like this top level query, is considered to be a separate transaction, at least here in, or maybe not. I don't know. Sometimes the Surrealist kind of confuses me on that subject. But basically, events happen within the transaction. So if we would have an error happen somewhere here, you know, after detecting the update on the post, and it will fail, that will make the whole update to fail, and therefore the whole update would never happen. So that's another thing. If you can actually define that, you know, oh, if this value changed, event gets triggered and checks additional values, and if they fail, you can just throw an error, and therefore the whole, you know, the whole transaction will fail, and therefore update will never happen. So this is a good way to make sure, you know, some other maybe tricky scenarios, you know, are happening properly. Okay, so this worked. Now let's take this update it back to minus duration of 10 days. Okay, let's take it back. So we're back to the 22nd, and it got automatic update to the 22nd. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna set updates. And what those updates will be is basically a list, and here we're gonna create date will be time now, maybe minus 5 days, okay? And the description will be, I don't know, walla. Doesn't really matter. What matters is that we set this. So let's try it. Okay. So we hear the post updated, still old value. Published at is still old value. We didn't update it. But updates have the date 27th. Okay. We scroll down. Oh, look at that. The last updated got set to 27th. So that worked. So whatever, we're gonna add another value in there. Maybe something something that happens with a newer date, okay? So that we make sure that sorting works. So maybe 3 days ago. Well, 2. And let's run it. There we go. 29th. We made it from 27th, 29th, so that worked. Now let's add a third one, which is even older, maybe like 8 days ago or something. So the value suddenly shouldn't change because the one 3 days ago is the newest. And we need a comma. Okay. So the updated was 29th. And it's still 29th. Okay, it works. It works. If I'm just gonna add one more just to make sure. Like this is the 2 days ago. 29 should turn to 30th. There we go. Okay, code works. That makes me very happy. And I'm just gonna check. I'm just gonna remove all those. I'm gonna set it back to nothing. The last update sets back. Okay, awesome. So that's how we can use basically all the, the events to make sure that the value is always updated, always up to date, so that we don't ever have to worry about it. And the nice thing is that if you have one query that sets, updates this, updates that, updates something else, basically when the first thing gets updated, it will run all the events on it. And only after events are confirmed that everything went through and it actually saves that data, only then it goes to the next statement. So you don't have to worry about things not, being some kind of, you don't have to worry about data not being up to date within a single transaction. And the unknown says that that blog is under the dictatorial rule. There is no misinformation, just truth. Yeah. It's a funny thing. You can actually, there's nothing stopping you from doing that. The fun thing about the internet. All right. So let's just check that box off. We have last updated. We've gone through a lot of interesting stuff. So from now on, I'll be explaining that maybe in a little bit of less detail. So the only thing that's left now is authors, which means that we need to have the concept of the user. Topics, which means we need to have the concept of topics. A list or series, we need series. And then we have the more interesting part, which is required posts and dependent posts. So we could actually take care of this relatively easily. So because the whole idea is that if I want to visualize it, let's say that we're learning about what could be a good topic. We're learning about the define about the assert. Okay, we're learning about. We have a blog post about the assert. Basically, before you start learning about it, it would be nice if you knew about define field. Okay. Before you learn about define field, it would be kind of nice if you would know about, define table. And before you know that, you want something else. So you kind of want to say that, hey, this post requires this, and this requires that, so that you kind of can start building that tree. And maybe for assert, you also want to know a little bit about something like value. It would be nice to know about that. And to know about that, you need to know about parameters. Okay. And if you learn about parameters, you maybe want to learn about the let keyword. So we have let. And if you want to learn let, you should know about parameters. That kind of stuff. So basically, if you stumble upon the blog post about assert, on top maybe we'll have, you know what? To fully grasp it, you probably should read this little blog post and maybe that little blog post. And because they will be so tiny, it would be, you could say, hey, this takes 2 minutes, this takes 3 minutes. And then the whole idea is that you can put that checkbox mark, hey, I learned it, and therefore have it marked as learned. So because we're building this tree, each post would basically need to have a list of the, required posts to read. Required, of course, it's hello, Taras. How are you doing? Is this DC Universe movie release timeline? Not really. This is just my dreams about having a blog with too many features. Because nobody reads it in the first place, so it's kind of pointless, but it's fun to think about. So, a blog post about assert needs to have a list of the posts of required knowledge, okay? So we have just various links. It could be a number of links. But also, we want to be able to query that, what are the posts, I just learned parameters. I want to query what kind of posts did I unlock now that are recommended to go from here. So I want to also query it in the other direction. So let's say that I would define it in a way that the post just holds a list of required posts. Like like an array of record lengths, okay? That means that if I wanted to get a list of, go in another direction, suddenly I need to, hey, find me all the posts that inside their array of required posts have this one, which suddenly makes it a difficult query. Not impossible, you can still query it. It just gets weirdly complex. So this is a perfect spot to make it into a relationship where I can say that, hey, this requires this. This requires this. And therefore, I can make, hey, for this blog post, give me all the posts that this points via required to them, okay? On the other hand, I can make just a change in arrow direction in the query to find me everything that requires, find me all the posts that require the value. So you can go query in both directions really easily. So this is where we can define the requires. Do we want to keep it named as requires? Did I have some other suggestion at some point? No, I didn't have. Let's call it requires. Sure, for now. So what we can do here is just create a new table. So what I'm gonna do is actually go and rename this one document from schema to post, okay? Post underscore schema. And we're gonna create a new file which will be requires schema. This way we can keep things clean. So with relations, I can just do define table requires. Type will be relation. Okay? This means that we can't create null records. They all need to be records that have in and out. So they point from somewhere to somewhere. So the type relation and it'll be schema full. Because again, I don't want any weird data in there. And before we get, the comment is basically represents or like whether a post requires a diff, it requires a knowledge or the knowledge from another post. Okay? Just something like that. And the thing that we can do is basically say that this points from post to post. So the thing with relations in SurrealDB is that if you don't specify from what to what, it can point from user to user. It could point from user to a comment. Like the user requires comment. It doesn't make sense. So we have to, specify this is from post to post, and that's it. Okay. So yeah, that's that. If we're gonna run this query, suddenly, what's gonna happen? Let's run it. Bam. Problem with the database, parse error. Wait, what? From. Oh, in, out. I guess maybe this is the change in 2.0. Nope. Oh, I see. Schema full probably needs to be here. So we can do from, to, and it'll be more happy. Yes. Sometimes the order matters. Schema full likes to be at the end, right before the comment. So we can just drop it down here. Okay, so inside the designer, we can see that suddenly we have this relationship here. where we have requires. We can see that it's a link, so it's just a link. It's, you know, it can imagine as an arrow, and therefore a post can point another post. Taras is asking, how likely do you think companies will fire people for using AI for doing their jobs? There will be some companies that do that, and this will be, I believe, mainly because either their job was really simple and it was relatively easy to replace them with AI. You know, probably some people who basically check for styling in text, or, you know, do really, really, really basic tasks that are repetitive and easy to train. That will happen. When it comes to developers, it will happen way less. And I won't go into deep, because I'm sure there will be some people hired because of AI during their job. It's inevitable, even if just for the reason that the CEO is just weird and misinterprets everything and just on a whim, you know what, we're going to do this, because there will be situations like that. Yeah, you could feed confidential data, and that's a easy way for AI. I mean, to fire somebody because they are using AI to do their job. Interesting. That says, in my company's case, we do not like developers who use AI and passes it as their work, and we decided to no longer use their services. Okay, makes sense. And a company I work for, you know, we have approved set of software that we can use. So, for example, I can't use Copilot. I can't use, you know, Super Maven. Although, in recent weeks, we were going through a period of evaluation of Copilot, and a few teams, including mine, was using it. It was, you know, some polls to document. Now we don't have access, and I presume soon enough we'll have access to it, because this and that. It's just, you know, bunch of approval and how to deal with, I don't know. One example with bad choice of AI, that to use AI to replace some people in this case, not just because they're using AI, but imagine a situation where, let's say, you have some kind of senior person, let's say, doing legal stuff, a senior lawyer that basically decided, you know what, we're gonna hire an additional single senior lawyer, and their job will be to basically do the job of several junior developers by just having a bunch of prompts and verifying as a senior that everything is correct, because, you know, that's how it works. You have a junior that does simple task, and then the senior is to verify it. And suddenly, because of that, because of many companies doing that, you'll get to the point where that senior just needs to, you know, stop working, because, you know, that they're getting old enough. And in a few years, you start getting to the situation where, oh, we don't have anybody, we don't have juniors anymore. We don't have anybody able to do any work, and I don't know, it's just a mess. The NL says, reminds me of a guy who outsourced their entire work to a company in Asia. People found out and they were not happy. Well, he was probably happy for a while. And Taras says, the funniest thing was we had a bug 2 weeks ago, and that developer complained about that until our backend guy came to the client and debugged the root cause, created PR, and that developer approved PR. Then today they write a PR which reintroduces the bug. Oh. Yeah. You need to be careful what AI writes for you. That's for sure. That's why we're way, you know, we're far away still from the situation where we can have, AI confidently running, writing migrations for you or writing code, because the dependencies and the reasons, they're not all in the code. That's the thing. And LLMs are just approximations what looks good but isn't exactly right. And even if something is logical, sometimes it isn't right. And that's the thing. All right, getting back to this topic, we have the relation. Okay. And what that means is that we can start linking things. But what it leads us to now is that post can mark something else as a requirement. But the key point is here something else. So we don't want the post to point to itself, okay? Because that wouldn't make sense. And additionally, we don't want the same post link several times to another post, because that's possible. That requires table really is just a table of, again, records that just are required to have in and out and allow for some special way to query data. But other than that, there's not really a lot of difference from the way you think about it. So we should add a few extra things. First of all, we need to define an index to make sure that there's only one combination going from one post to another, and there are no more. So I believe documentation for the relate will actually have that. I recall it was there. A quick copy paste. Basic usage. There we go. Define index that just takes those two columns into account. So define index. Let's make unique post requirements. Okay, just like that on table requires, where in and out together are unique. So that's the first thing to add. You can just straight up go here and plop it. Okay. The other thing is that I want to additionally define those from and to fields. Okay, so let's do define field in on table requires, and type, I'm just gonna retype it here, is the record post. Okay, so we have the type records too, but what matters here is I want to basically add an assert. I want to make sure that when I create this relationship, it doesn't point to the same thing. So I believe I could do that. How could I use it? Value is different than out. Okay, I hope I can write it like this. So basically I want in to be different than out, so the post doesn't point at itself, and I would define exactly the same thing for out. Okay, that's another thing. And on top of that, I don't know if it's 100% necessary yet, but you can do and value.id. What this does, it takes the value that we're trying to set. It tries to get the ID of that value, which is, we have the thing. So we get the record that we point to. We try to take its ID. If this is not an existing record, it's gonna basically return none, because you can't get ID from there. And we just double negate it to turn into true or false. And this way we can just make sure that whatever we're trying to set this relation on, both in and out actually exist. And that's something I'm not 100% sure if 2.0 changed about or not. I just don't feel like fiddling with it right now to try to figure it out. I just want to define those two fields and hope for the best. Oh, they already exist. That's interesting. Huh. So I would need to delete them, but I can't delete them from a record table. Or can I? This is so weird. Previously, you could just redefine it now. And now what? Remove field n on from to post implicitly defines in and out. Yes, I know, that's why I initially used it, but at the same time, how do I update it now? Because can I actually remove it? Table requires. Can I run this query or will it fail? I run this query. And the designer, oh, and disappeared. This is weird. Okay, so I can reintroduce it. There we go. And I can do the same thing without. Remove it and specify it. Huh. That is funny. So requires has both now. Okay. So let's look at our posts. What do we have? We have this Astro Mermaid MDX. So I'm going to copy this. And I want to specify that it requires a test one. Okay. So let's try to do this. Relate. And we can take the Astro Mermaid arrow requires arrow post test one. And that should be all I need to make that thing. Bam. We have first relation. Okay. Therefore, if I'm going to query it, select, and I like to basically make it from, and we're gonna do the Astro Mermaid. So from there, select me all the links that are requires and point back to a post. So basically select me all the posts that are required by Astro Mermaid MDX as required posts. So let's run this part. There we go. Required post is that single post. So let's try to define it again. Bam. Nope, because it already contains. What if I want to make the post test one require itself? Oh no, it's possible. That's what I was worried about. That the moment I'm creating something, one of those values isn't there yet, and therefore it just kind of doesn't work. What if I'm going to try to make it to test 2? Now it's unhappy because this was bad. So interesting, the value didn't work out. Oh, try this out instead of out. Oh, okay. So maybe I need this after all. So let's try to do that. Let's copy it and let's redefine those. Do I have remove? There we go. Copy, paste, remove field in on table requires and the out. It feels weird that you can remove those fields from the table that 100% requires them to work properly. What happens if you don't reintroduce them within the same query and have other queries running in the background? Interesting. Run. Okay. And let's try to, first of all, an explorer, let's remove the thing that points at itself. This points at itself, right? Wait, here. From itself to itself. Delete. Okay. Quicker than running a query. So let's try to run it. Points from itself to itself. Run. Okay. There we go. Now it works. Thank you, Mithridates. I Assert for out checks for out. Ah, look at that. That's another thing. So, and thank you. That's a common copy paste problem. So we're redefining out. So let's redefine out. Okay, and we're gonna use this because I don't know. It kind of makes more sense. It's weird to not have this defined in there. Okay, so that works. But I was seeing yet another problem. Because we can specify that we can create a relation from a post 1 to, let's say, test 2. And then nothing is stopping us from creating a relation from 2 to 1, which is kind of doesn't make sense. You know, they directly depend on each other. There, with events, we could, you know, get rid of that, but I think that would be a little bit too deep. I know we could kind of have circular dependencies and everything, but let's not worry about it. These are just knowledge bits. Sometimes in the knowledge, you will have a situation where you kind of have things depending on each other. Therefore, you will kind of want to pick a point and start from somewhere, even though you don't understand it fully. So let's leave it where it is. Let's make it possible and move on. Okay, so we've got the requires, and that's awesome. So we can query, like here, we can select, you know, all the posts that this one requires, but we can also switch it the other way around. Let's make it post test 1. And if we want all the posts that require it, we can say everything that requires that points at the test 1. So we just flip the arrows and will be dependent posts. If we run this query, we'll have that, hey, this is the only post that depends on this bit of knowledge. We can easily query both ways, which is the whole goal about of this, you know, of this thing. So in theory, I could say select, and we have this part, comma, the other way around, okay, as required, and put it from post test 1. I mean, the problem is we don't have enough data here, but we could basically have, hey, show me for the specific post. We could even make it, you know, a title, so it looks nice. So for this post, these are the dependents, things that depend on this knowledge, and what this requires. Yeah, I mean, this is the test one, so that's why it doesn't make sense here, but yep, that's awesome. All in one query. Sure. So let's get to the thing so we can check another box off. What time do we have? 11:45 on my side. How is everyone doing? Am I extremely boring? Probably. Okay, so yeah, all this is marked as done. And I'm very happy about it. So this is done. A list of dependent posts we took care of as well. So I think we're done with like post itself. And notice that we didn't need to add anything to the post itself to have that relationship defined, you know, because we just can make it as an arrow that points at itself. Okay. And this is requires. That's all itself. That's how we can represent this part. So we can actually take it out the list because we don't include it in the post itself. Alrighty. Oh, the unknown says you can also try this. Huh, as related post from post. That's interesting. I want to definitely try that. So you're saying I could do select. We have both directions here and both directions here. I want to see what this will look like. What? Huh. I am not sure how to read that, to be honest. I have never seen that available. Is it in like new docs? Because I've never seen that part in docs anywhere. Relate. We have single arrow to the right, to the right, to the right, to the right. Again, just arrows to the right, to the left. An example of left and right to just define those things. But nothing in both directions. How would that work? Yep, there's no examples of arrows in both directions. Yeah, okay, the unknown things, I don't think that is documented. It would be awesome to have that documented because this looks like a very powerful feature. And that I don't know how it would work because in both ways right now. Mithridate says, I've got examples of this double arrows everywhere and something I'm writing, but not in documentation. Will I make PR for that too? Awesome. I'm glad we're finding those little spots because something tells me to help out a lot of people to just, not bounce off by not finding information. Because initially, it was hard for me to find decent examples for relations that would actually help me out understand the thing. So I just realized that in our posts, we forgot to define an index that will make sure that the slug is different for each post. And I would like, I'll leave title to be possible to be the same, but I want the slug to be unique. So we can just copy this thing here and say define index unique slug, okay? On table post, columns will be just column slug, okay? This way we can, and unique. I'm just gonna plop it here. So this way we can actually make sure that no two posts have the same slug. I'm just gonna run it here. Oop. Found none for field last updated. That's the thing about that's the thing about defining indexes. We'll actually go through all the posts and reevaluate validity of everything, which is kind of nice, but that means that you need to go and update a bunch of stuff. So last updated with record posts Astro Mermaid, but expected daytime. Really? Did we set it for here last updated, but not for this guy? I see. So we can. So let's do update this post published. Last updated to be. I believe I can set it, right? What do I have the last updated as? Last updated, yeah, I can set it directly, so it should be fine. To be, can I do this in here? I think so. Dot, what is it? Published at. I think I should be able to set it, right? Okay, that worked. And now I should be able to define the index. Already contains with Oh, look at that. That means that we need to update our test one for the slug to be something else. Because notice that we have two of the same. Test one slug. Sure, there we go. Run. We updated this guy so we can define the index, and now it works and will prevent us from doing weird stuff. And Mithridate says, like if you have wrote, then there is the writer and the written. But like can be done from both sides or married. Okay, sure. Married makes more sense, like makes less sense because it's often that one person likes this person, the other one doesn't like. So I like the idea married. Okay. So the double arrow is, oh, I missed this part. Double arrow is good for when you have a relation where record 1 might relate to record 2, but record 2 might also relate to record 1. So something truly bidirectional, whereas something like road is not. Okay, so so that basically makes, oh, so the double arrow makes sure to traverse both directions and make sure they go. I still don't know. Does it make sure that the relationship is direct but bidirectional, or does it just return things from both sides randomly? I don't know, because for this query here, it returned the post on this side and itself. So I don't know, unless I would make it from here to there and have stuff defined on both sides. I don't know. I don't know. Can I do, oh, maybe return post, wait, one arrow requires post, but I don't think this will be considered a query in this case. I wonder if that works. Not really. Don't know. When it will be in documentation, I'll be very happy to read through it. And the NL says that, but be careful, it requires 4 table scans so it can have a performance impact. Good to know. Powerful, but dangerous. All right. So let's kick off with the other thing that's real simple, I believe. So we've got this taken care of. Let's just take care of the topic and series. Because both series and post rely on topic, let's just define the topic as a really simple table. So database, new file, and let's do topic schema. Okay, and we can just go straight up, copy this to just start quickly. So define table topic will be normal schema full. We'll have name of the topic. Just can't be null. And the I will also have it as a slug, okay? I want there to be a slug, as in then when you click on the topic, what's the URL that it brings you to? That unique part. So I would assert the same thing, that I want the topic to be at least 2 characters, or at least more than 1 character. And yeah, basically be a slug. That sounds weird. But on top of that, let's just add description, and that should be it, I hope. Sure. And of course, we need the same index. And I hope that indexes can have the same name just for different for different tables. Let's see if that works. Okay. Let's paste it all here and try to run it. Okay, that worked. In our designer, we suddenly have the topic. And now the question is for the posts and stuff. Again, I would like to be able to see what topics the post belongs to, and for a topic, what posts, talk about the topic. So I would like to have it bidirectional. So I will define it going one direction from post to topic. And let's just make it, I don't know, a silly name. So do about schema SurrealDB. So I mean the common kind of concept is that for example, tables for records, like normal tables, are nouns, something like post, topic, that kind of thing, while those edges, the relations, should be called as verbs. So about is neither a verb nor a noun. So I will actually rename it to is about. Okay. So this way we can make it into this, and we're going to define those fields as well. I mean, this will be just very similar to the other thing. So is about it's from a post to topic, and we're gonna make it also from a post or what do you call it? From a post or series. We don't have that table, but I think it's gonna work anyway. And the now shows an example of the select statement where array difference. We take a difference from two sets. ID requires post as related post from. Oh wow! I'm gonna copy it and inspect that later because this is tough to understand. Like off the bat without thinking too much. To filter out the respective post itself. Oh yeah, just to filter out the post. I see. Okay, just the difference applied to it with the ID. Makes sense. Okay, I'll wait for the logs as well. Then maybe I'm gonna cover it on some live stream because that's cool. A hidden feature for now. Okay, so is about posts is from a post or a series that points to a topic. What the topic, I mean the post/topic. I mean, this is kind of obvious. I don't need a comment here. Okay. And the n needs to be post or series. And I want the value to be basically checked if it exists. Okay. Well, we don't have to check for if they're the same thing because they are all different topic. I mean, different type. So we can get rid of that. And I'm just going to leave the verifications that when we create the relation, the post or series and the topic, they both need to exist. All right. So that's that. And unique topic, whatever, unique relation. I don't know how to name that because again, I wanted to have only one relation going from something to a topic so that we don't have multiples and then messed up queries. So that should be enough, because with topic, it's about. We don't need any extra information stored in that table. So let's just push it in here. And this way we can forget about it, right? Oh, right. So this just got through. We got the index defined. What on earth is going to happen if I'm going to try to remove the field to update it and the index exists? Remove field n from wait, I'm in is about. On table. Okay. Okay, the index isn't unhappy because there's no actual data missing. Okay, good. So I can redefine it and do the same thing with out and redefine it. There we go. And this already exists. Yes. So now our designer freaks out. Okay. Really? Why? I don't think there's anything crazy here. Who knows? We should have it defined by now. Let's try to relate. Oh, we don't have a topic. So create topic. Let's make it Astro. And content. And what do we need to have specified on it? Topic. Topic. So we need name, description, and a slug. So name Astro. Then we'll have the description, everything about Astro JavaScript framework or front-end framework. And the last one is slug, will be just Astro. Astro-JS, for example, right? Because there could be other Astro things. I believe there are plenty of things named Astro. Okay, I see where I have a problem. We need to open this here. Let's try to create it. Okay, we've got a first topic, and the other topic maybe will be MDX. Markdown. Oh no, a mermaid. Diagrams. Let's add. There we go. Okay, and this will be our second topic. Okay, so if we go select from topic, we should have two of them, I hope. Yes, there we go. So let's do relate, and we can basically give it a list of topic Astro and topic mermaid, and relate them via is about to post. What was the name of the post? There we go. Oh wait, the other way around. The post. So let's actually try it. Let's try to relate from there to there. Okay. If I'm gonna run it, it will be like, ooh, sorry, this is wrong. Can I just reverse the arrows? Will that actually work? I don't think so. Nope. I guess it isn't that flexible. I makes sense for what we're doing here. Okay. So mermaid, astro mermaid is about this. Run. Oh. So the outfield is oh, because I copy pasted, didn't I? Is about. Out is supposed to be topic. So it would work with arrows in the other direction. Interesting. That's good to know. So we just need to do the same thing as I did 30 million times before. Remove field out on table is about. Run it. And now our query should work. We created 2 relations. Awesome. So creating relations work. Creating them wrong way around doesn't work, right? Just need to make sure. Yep, the other way around doesn't work. Awesome. So again, this way we can query in both directions. And we already kind of described that is about goes from here to here. And also is about is already defined as can come from a series. So the only thing about now is that to define a series, which will be basically the same thing as topic, and we're just gonna add that relation contains. So the series will contain posts, and we can check what series, singular, plural, the post is contained in. And that's it. That'll be it. We can query it however we want. So let's basically take the topic, copy paste it, and hope we won't make any silly errors. So new file, series, schema. Okay, this is speeding up. I like it. All the topic will get replaced with series. So you have series, we have name, description of the series, a slug because we want to go to a page just for the series, and we need to make sure that it has some length. I'll go 3 for something like that. That's not just a tag. Okay, needs to have a unique thing, and that's all we need to know. In theory, we could have it calculate the length for querying in the future, but with the amount of data that we have right now, we don't have to worry about it. So yeah, let's just copy and paste it. Run. Everything run. So there we go. In Designer, we have more stuff now. We have our post. Post is about a topic. Okay. Goes from left to right. Series is about this. The only thing now is to make a direction from series to post. And the requires is just all about posts themselves. All right. So yeah, so we can copy as about and just make it new file. Contains. And it will be that simple. So define table contains relation. I'm just gonna skip this part so that I can define the fields normally. So the contains comes from a series to a post. And again, we want that both series and a post already exist. And unique relation, we don't have any additional information here. So that's it. Just bunch of copy paste. So let's try to run this part as well. And feel on it. Oh, really? So even... Come on. This is silly because now I can define a table that's a relation without having to remove the fields before I actually add definition. I don't like this part. I like where I could redefine them and add the if not null. Or define or update field. Something like that would be nice. So we need to have, basically the query would need, yeah. Remove field and on table contains the same thing without. And now I can run that part. There we go. This should already work. All right. So in Designer, now we can see that requires goes from what? Wait, that's requires. It goes to the left. So contains series contains post. Okay. And is about topic. So let's put topic here. Series goes here. Contains. And this part. Yeah. I think those graphs will be more readable if instead of weird things like that, you would just have straight arrow pointing at it. This is kind of fun, but at the same time, it stops being helpful if all those are just, you know, overlapping and everything, crossing like crazy. All right. You know, it doesn't look like a graph. Okay, so now we can create a series. Yeah, let's create series. Let's call it Astro Adventures. And contains, contents. And we're gonna make it name will be Astro Adventures. And then name will be, description be whatever. And the last thing will be content. We have, what else? Not topic, not is about, series. Slug, of course, we need a slug. Slug. Astro Adventures. So we can create it, and there we go. We've got our thing. So suddenly we can say that that series is not necessarily about Markdown, but it's definitely about Astro. So relate. Let's just do this. Relate. We have this. Contain. Is about. Okay. Topic Astro. Okay, so related one to the other, and then we can also relate that this series contains, and we have a post here, this thing. Okay. Bam. Oops. There we go. So suddenly, if I wanted to see, let's say, select, and we'll decide what from this post, okay? So I might want to just select the title, and then maybe I want to see the required posts, the required knowledge. So we can make the select requires post as required posts, okay? And then on top we want to have topics, which will be basically this post is about, and it'll be topic. Or if we don't care, we can just do out, but let's just do topic as topics. And maybe we'd want to actually just select names for each topic instead of anything else. Soon enough, we'll be able to actually do name, comma, slug to do that, but it's not deployed in 2.0 yet, but it will be enough probably in the next build, and this makes me really excited that you can do structure like that. So just .name will be topics. And then what else do we have? What series it's in, right? So we can do the arrow in the other direction. So from what series it is. Okay. And this way, we should be able to basically select all the data about our post. There we go. For this post, required post to learn is this. This is the series it's in, the title of the post, and topics. So this is how simple this is actually to make those more complex queries, to just be able to, you know what, I need this data to display my page. Bam, query. And sure, just make it a star. Everything plus this. There you go. Everything. So this makes me happy. And additional thing that you could do is like, you know what? Show me, we can basically say, with those queries, you could easily make, show me all the posts that are about this subject that I know require this other post to be learned first, or bunch of those, and you can just jump around different things like, hey, give me everything in the series that all the posts in the series that don't have this topic defined, or a bunch of other stuff. You can do whatever. So that's that. We have this done. So let me just do this. This is not fully done yet. We have topics and list of series done. Okay. The only thing here we don't have done is the authors. So that will require us to define the user table, which will be probably literally next. Okay, this is getting smaller and more readable. Look at that. I can get rid of this part. Topic, done. Series, done. List of posts, we don't even define it here because we just have the contains. Okay. Okay, this is looking pretty. Yes, a great success. Exactly. This literally surprises me that it feels like in a week or two, I was able to pick it up while learning a bunch of other stuff and actually achieve things that I wouldn't be normally probably able to achieve that quickly with SQL, or probably do overcomplicated things. So yeah, I am very happy. So now we have the concept of the user left to work with, the comment, and the way to like things. So let's tackle the user. With the user, we want to basically learn posts, viewed posts. So basically a bunch of history, liked posts, authored comments, liked comments, and authored posts. So let's just start defining the user just as a normal table. I'm just gonna copy the series because that's a good starting point. Where'd it go? Here. New file, user.surreal. So let's define a table user. It'll be just a normal schema full table. So we won't be adding anything. So for the user, we want to have a display name, okay? I like to have a display name, how they want to be displayed. Although not really, because the thing is that in my particular situation, I am using Clerk, which is like the authentication service that allows me to quickly make it possible to log in through GitHub or through Google or something else to my blog without me needing to handle any actual data, to the point where on my blog I can just go to here. Let's say I'm gonna log in with GitHub. Okay, sure. Logging in. What user I want to be? I want to be Ben. Okay, I want to be banned. Must be serially. Really? I can't be banned. No. Benjamin. There we go. Full name. Okay, there we go. It automatically loaded the whole avatar. I already have this whole thing made for me. When I go to manage account, it even shows the stuff here, right? It's just that simple. It's just a view that was injected into the thing. I didn't have to do much. If you allow anything, a user can set themselves, they will set it themselves in a potential unpleasant way. Yeah, so this handling the username is handled by Clerk, and something tells me they already have filters for bad stuff. If not, oh well. But all I know is I don't need to worry about that. All right, and it needs to be verified account to even log in, so I don't have to worry about that part. And because of that, things like emails and whatnot, I totally don't have to worry about it. All I will get is a unique ID from Clerk to kind of identify the user, and Clerk will allow me to get a token that I can then will be able to use it in authentication if I wanted the web app to basically able to reach out to the database directly, as in to log in to do things. But that part is not for the stream. All I need to know is that I actually don't need to hold the display name. I don't need to hold any email. I don't need to hold basically anything about the user other than, let's say, external ID, okay? I'll just make it like that, external ID. In theory, this could be actually set as a proper ID directly, so I don't need that either, because this is gonna be stored in the normal ID. Yeah. Wow, there's nothing to set here. Yeah. Absolutely nothing. Let's see if we have any additional data to figure out on it, because that will be a table with no fields on it. Learned post, viewed post, liked, authored, like comments, authored post. Yeah, there's literally, this will be a table with no records on it. And that will be enough to represent a user, because the ID itself will be good enough. And then just to add the actual authentication scopes or whatever to turn it into a proper record user. So we'll get there probably maybe next stream or something. We'll see. I'll just define the table. We got it there. Here it is. Lonely users. Sure. That was faster than I expected. What next? Okay, learned posts. So we can take care of that. So instead of user storing bunch of things as an array of learned posts, because, could be 5, could be a lot. Maybe I should just make it as a relation, and then I can check, hey, give me all posts that the user learned or didn't learn, or this and that and that. So I can imagine that it could be learned. Okay? They just mark it as learned, and that's it. And we can just attach a date when they learned it. Okay? So, date. Okay? That's it. When they learned it, and that's it. So let's do just that. Let's go to something like is about, because it's simple. Create a new file. It will be learned. This is getting really repetitive. So learned. I want to find the from to, and my definition needs to have remove field in on table learned. Then I need to remove the field to define it out. This part is silly. I'll just keep complaining about it. So basically from user that already exists to post that already exists. But I want to add one more thing. I mean, first of all, I want to add define field date. There we go. That will be date time. And I want to have value time now. Okay. Read only. That's it. This will be a read only field. It sets itself once because you learned it once and it stays there. Yeah, user schema is pretty anticlimactic. Exactly, because everything I think will be just relations. Which is fun. Okay. So yes, we want unique relation in and out to be the same because we don't want the user to learn the same user to learn the same thing twice, basically. And the unknown says got a split. It's 6:30 a.m. at my wow, that is early. I need to sleep. All right. Oh, you have a schedule the way I would like to have it. All right, see you, and hey, thank you for your help. That was I really appreciate that. Alrighty, so with the learn thing, I'm gonna throw in one extra thing. We're actually going to update the post first, because I want only certain posts to be specified as learnable, or maybe not. Because, yeah, I would like a post to be specified as learnable, because that means that even if nothing depends on it yet, somebody can read it and mark it as learned, check it off. Yeah. And only then when further things will happen. Yeah. So I want to add a new field here. Let's add it here to the flags. Define field learnable. Okay. On table post will be a boolean. And by default, it's false. That's it. That's all we need. Okay. At least here. And that will have a cascade of things that we need to update now. So we define that field. We're good. And let's actually make it so that update all the posts. We set learnable true because we have just 2 posts right now. Okay. Yep. We updated both posts. Cool. So now I would like to add additional requirement. When we specify requires, that something requires something. When it requires that something we're pointing at needs to be learnable. So for the field out, we need to make sure that the value is learnable. Okay, that's another thing that we need to do. So let's update it as well. And this way we won't be able to point at something that needs to be learned first unless it's actually learnable. So we're going to do this and it should be good. Cool. Wait, we're going here. Okay. So that's for that part. And now the only part that we have learned is that inside our learned, we can mark something as learned only if, wait, wait, not the user. If the, pointing with the user learned what, and that thing that we're pointing at needs to be learnable as well. That's the only way around. So I guess that'll be it. Yeah, that should be it. We define in, we define out. That makes sure that what we're pointing at is learnable. Date that is gonna be set automatically and will be, not changeable. And run it. That should be it. So now we should be able to relate. Oh, we need a user first. So create user xconti. Yeah, there we go. And user not xconti. Bam. So we can make it now that relate user xconti learned, and we don't have to specify the date. It's gonna calculate itself. Learn post. Again, what was the idea of that post? Here, Astro Mermaid MDX. Okay. Run. There we go. We just did that. So did I have that query somewhere here still? No, I don't have that fancy query anymore. But it's okay. All right, so you learned that. Cool. So what else can we do about it? Because we've got the learn posts. Bam, we can, let's just check if the date was set. So if we go to Explorer, we have learned, and we have xconti learned post, and we have the date. There we go. Everything's nicely set. Beautiful. And our designer just starts to look even more crazy, I believe. Yeah, requires to itself, user learned this, and is about and topic. There we go. This starts to look like actually something nice, and all centers about posts, so that still has the spirit of a blog. Everything is around a post. Cool. So next thing is viewed posts. So the idea here would be that, you can, all the posts that you click on, that can be viewed. It can be marked as viewed. We can create a thing. I would, again, make it as a relationship. So I would literally make it, at this point, we need to start bending those arrows to fit them. I'm going to skip that specific part because it kind of, it's pointless, but it could be viewed. Okay. And maybe dates, and just a bunch of dates there. Again, with similar last view or whatever when it happened. We could have that there. No problem. Or just a bunch of the same relationship. Just to keep track of the user and to show them that. Sure. Possible. So yeah, let's do that quickly, and we're just gonna make it so that sure, this is learned. We can just copy learned and we'll be good. So new file, viewed .surql. We could even add viewed a series, viewed a topic and whatnot. We could just add a bunch of tracking, and maybe we're gonna just define it as possible to define it on all those things. Viewed, view relation from a user, because it's the user that viewed it. Here from user, and what they viewed. They viewed a post. They could have viewed a series. They could have viewed a what was it? Topic. Okay. Why not? That's a nice part. We can make it whatever they viewed and just start recording it. And let's just make sure that whatever they viewed is, possible to, it exists. They viewed another user. No, let's not keep track of that. It's too much. But those three things, sure, we could add something to keep track of it, and a date when it happened. And what we can do here is basically not make it unique. So, let's make it unique as in, it's a good question. Because when a user views something, they can view it multiple times. Do we keep track of just one? Do we have a list of them here? Or do we just keep adding those relations? Let's just keep adding those relations. Every time they view something, we just add a new relation. In the future, we can make it, if the new relation was created for that, select and keep, only last 5 or something. We could make that easily, no problem. But that's that. So, to do, make it keep only last 10 entries for each unique user thing. Okay, that's a to do. I'll just plop it here, and that should be enough to make it possible for the user to keep track of viewing things. And of course, nothing gets set automatically here because we don't know the user is the one querying something. And I don't think we can define queries queries to trigger something. It'll be very weird, to be honest, because you don't want to modify data just because you viewed it. It's not quantum physics. So, yeah, that's good. Let's just check it off the list. Because I intend to finish today. So we've got this, viewed dates. So now we got to the point we have liked posts, authored comments, liked comments, and other posts. Let's take care of the authored posts. What we can do here is just make yet another arrow from user to the post, and it will be authored. And this way, the post can easily check who the authors are without storing that information about authors. There you go. So let's make the same thing, authored. And for author, we don't need any dates really, because it just gets authored and that's it. So let's copy this, view a new file, authored, and what now? So it'll be from user, and user could author, post, or a comment. This way, we'll be able to see basically the list of comments that user made, or who made that comment. And that's that. Sure. Kind of makes sense. Yeah, I think it makes sense. Although, probably in the comment itself, when creating the comment, yeah, I think what we could make it that when we create the comment, there will be an event that will automatically create the authored relation. And the comment will store that, name of the author anyway. Or maybe not. Because a comment can have only one author. So maybe we don't want it. Interesting. Because sure, user authored the comment. But having it as that link, because most of the time we will have basically, hey, display list of comments for users or whatever for the posts at the end. And we, each comment will have only one author, so we could easily just load the data without making additional query, find me the user that, or users that this and that. So maybe it would be better to not have that relation as that. Because if we want a user to display all the comments of the user, it's something that we wouldn't do a lot, I think. So it will be good enough to just go through a list of comments that have exactly the same field, because we're not going through a list of authors, we're just going through one thing. So yeah. So authored comments will go out of here because we won't keep track of it. And authored will be just for posts, because posts can have multiple authors. Yeah. And date for the authored, nope, we don't care about that. But we need to make sure that we have that unique index, which will be something like here, because, we don't want the same author twice. On table authored, that should be it. Just in and out, and that's it. I mean, it could have additional field for it, like is it a co-author, is it a consultant, is it something or something. So in the future we could add more information about it. I mean, right now we could just do define field notes, just so maybe I want to keep notes about it. Right, on table authored, type will be option of a string, and default none. I guess that's it, right? Just optional notes if we want to add extra info there. So let's push that into the database. No errors, so I'm very happy. And that means that this is done. Authors we don't need to do here anymore. Therefore, everything's checked off here. Let's just make a mark on it. Hey, posters completed. So now the only thing is that we want to be able, the user should be able to like a post and like a comment. And user will have multiple things that they liked, and a comment can have multiple things that there were multiple likes from multiple users. I mean, likes from multiple users, and posts can have likes from multiple users as well. So this will be similar to viewed, right? Because we have viewed that's specified. Oh no, it'll be just like this. Because we want the user to like something only once, not multiple times. So that's another little requirement. So let's make a new relation, liked. Let's rename it liked. So user liked either post or comment. And this is a nice part about Surreal. You can, I can define that this is on for record post and comment, even though I don't have comment yet. And this means I don't need to create things in an inconvenient weird order, which is awesome. Even in assertions or whatever, it could use those. Because behind the scenes, this is just text, nothing else. Okay. We don't need notes on likes. Yep. And if we were doing something like on dev.to, so let's say if I went here, right? And I went to whatever, dev.to, you can see that there's a bunch of various options to like something, right? If we wanted to replicate it, we could just make it into define field reaction or something, right? on table liked. I guess Google was trying to listen. And this could be basically a string, right? Or a number or something. That what is the reaction type, and you could actually do assert that the value is either, I don't know, what are the possible, like, oh, it's a like, it's a bookmark, or whatever. There you go. Or we can make it that the only type is dislike. Whatever. Or, hey, you can just make it the way you want to display it, right? I know. An emoji. We can start it where we wanted. We could unlock it so reaction could be basically whatever emoji. But I'm not playing with that. Either like it or not. In case of my blog, it'll be simple. All right. All right. So this should be it. Liked. Who? What? And that's it. So this is, wow, this is turning really simple suddenly. Out of nowhere, just running through those one by one. Okay, so if we go into the designer, it just freaks out. It doesn't even render. Too bad. And we have the unique relation that, you know, somebody can like something only once. Okay, so getting back here, we basically have the like posts and like comments. We can easily query those. So truly, there is nothing here. And we can just add that user likes a comment and user can like a post as well. In theory, we could store when somebody liked it, but what for, really? There's no point in storing that data. Why do we have post pointing at user? Oh, because who the author is. Not really, we have the other way around. So now the only thing left, really, is the comment. And the comment is gonna be interesting. Because with the comment, besides, you know, what the content is or who the author is, we also need to have a situation, you know, it needs to point at what post it's for. So that's just one post and one thing, you know, comment on the post. And then additionally, we have a situation where a comment can be defined on basically other comment. So it could be a response to, all right? And here we will have an option to make it either something like Discord does, where it just shows what it's response to with this little quotation on top. Or we could make it Reddit style, where things are crazy nested, or some other places make it that you can nest only once or whatnot. There's so many options. I think we could go with something like Discord, because that would be the easiest for me to display on a blog without confusing everyone. Hey, I could probably make even an arrow point from one comment to the other. So I would just keep it like that. And yeah, and then is the idea of the version history, which we'll get to in a second. Okay. So let's get to it. New file. Comment. SurrealQL. And let's get something like authored, viewed, learned. Not the user. Let's go to something like a post. Okay. So we'll define this with some values. So we have table comment. Not a title, let's do content. Okay. This will be markdown content. And let's just make sure the assert string length is less or equal than 1000, because we don't want to somebody just dump bunch of text and use our blog as something. The same thing as we don't want to make it so that malicious actors go and start commenting even though nothing gets approved or whatever. We still need to make things somewhat safe. So we've got the comment. We also need to have the author. And this is where I opted to make it basically a record type, because it's rare that we will be taking, going from a user to display all their comments. Sure, maybe in some admin dashboard, or maybe when the user will go to their profile or something, but that's it. We never use that really. We want to have the access to the author directly from the comments, so that when we're on a blog post, we can display all the comments quickly. Like, grab me all the comments and they're already linked to the author directly. So at least that's my reasoning. Let's just make sure that when we create a comment, it always has an author attached to it. Okay, that makes sense. So what else do we need on a comment? We have defined that somebody can like it, so we can display number of likes and whatnot. All that stuff is good. So we've got content. We've got the author. Let's add creation time. And creation time will be just like in a few other things. Like, for example, learned. When it's just a read-only, gets created once, and that's it. So that's the created at. Okay. There we go. So what next? Related post. Okay, so we need to basically point to what post. And this is where I'm not sure how to actually do it. Because the thing is that one might think like, okay, let's make it a relation like comment, I don't know, 4 or something, right? But the thing is that there'll be only one comment for, from comment to post. And post will always try to get all of its comments. So when I think about it, it basically is like, okay, if I have 3 comments on a post, I could go here, go over all the comments and find those that have the post set to them, to that post, right? Well, if I would make it so that I have 3 relations, okay, because there are 3 comments on this post, I still need to go through those, and the number of relations will be exactly the same number as comments. The only thing is that I will need to go through the field.out to get more info. So this sounds like something small, something, less performant maybe. At the same time, it will be so much easier to select it, to find it, instead of writing the whole select this and that. So this is a good question. What is more performant? What will be the better solution here? To just have post, record link, or should I go with relations? What is more performant if I write queries? I have no idea, but yeah, it's an interesting question, at least in my opinion. So if we would just have it as a field, will be post, record post, and that's it, right? That's the only thing. So what would the query look like? Because select, let's say I want to select from the post, okay? Post, ABC 1 to 3. I have that post. So I want to select everything from it, all the info that I need, okay? And then I want to select all the likes, right? So it'll be probably count, and it will be everything that was pointing at, like, no, all the liked and the post itself as likes. And then we would have, author dot user, so as authors, right? That will make sense. Methodate says had to slip out for a while. Anything else missing in the docs that I missed? Nothing missing in docs yet, but I would have a question for you because you have way more experience with SurrealDB than me. And the thing is that now I need to specify a relation from a comment to a post to specify, what post that comment is on. And I have two options: either to have just a field, a post, which is a record post, okay? And the other would be to define a relation with a name, I don't know, for or on or whatever, okay? Kind of stupid name, but that's an option. So the thing is that I just realized is that if I have a post with, 30 comments, or let's say 3 comments, if I need to do them via record link, I'll be making something like, if I want to have, I define the field post, I will be basically making select, whatever from comment, where post is this post as, not from comment, where post is this post as comments, okay? That's what I would need to do, this kind of query. But if I would make a relation like this, I would otherwise make it for, and this is from comment as comments, right? This is kind of nicer because it's simpler, but I'm just, the question is mostly because if I have 3 relations, it's always that the comment has 1 relation to a post. So if I have 300,000 comments, I have 300,000 relations. The same thing as, the record links. So what would be more performant to run? A query like this over 300,000 comments, or a query like this over 300,000 relations? That's the thing that I know. What will be the recommended thing here? Do you have an opinion? Yeah, this is really interesting. In the meantime, let me just check if we have something else, because we're working on a post. Parent comment. Parent comment will be just a link to a comment. Definitely. That will be just a define field, reply to, and that will be just record to another comment. And we just want to make sure that the comment exists, okay? And that can be option. Oops. Okay. So it's either value is none, or we're pointing to an actual thing. So either of those. We don't want to point to a comment that doesn't exist. All right, so that's good. What else? So this I could mark as existing already. This is work in progress. Let's just add that this is a question mark because I don't know what the better option. And we have response from Mithridates. Not sure about performance. I think the biggest determiner is whether you want to have a field on a relation itself or not. Or think you might want to add one in the future. For a comment, for a post, no, it's just a comment that exists. Not really, because the comment itself already holds when it happened. So I would say not really. So let's go with this solution. All right, that we have this, and therefore this will be the way we query it. Okay, sure, let's go with that. But it will be definitely interesting to know the performance difference, because relations sound like they will be less performant. I don't know, just the sound of it sounds like it's gonna be less performant. But it will be good to know if that's actually true. Maybe one day I'm just gonna run a script that's gonna make millions of records and, you know, with something similar. Yeah, that could be an interesting topic for next stream. Let's generate a lot of data and try to run queries on them. And Mithridates says, yeah, it feels right. There was a guy on Discord a few weeks ago that tried out these two solutions plus a third using futures. And the futures were most performant. Futures, really? Wait, I recall seeing a future, but how did that work? There was a type future, right? Data model. No. Here, futures. Futures are values which are only computed when the data is selected and returned to the client. Futures can be stored inside records to enable dynamic values which are always calculated when queried. Okay, so this is what I was reading somewhere. I think it was today on GitHub. One issue, one person mentioned that they could use value thing for kind of doing something like that. And I recall there was some feature like that I read about, and it was the futures. Okay, interesting. So yeah, one could just define a feature that, hey, author is this and that. And that would make sense if every time you're requesting that data, you do that. Otherwise, you would probably need to specify directly that you want to omit that thing from being queried. Because does it mean that if I have this thing and I query the data, if I'll say, you know, query everything but omit can drive, doesn't mean that it won't be calculated? I'm gonna save performance by not calculating it? I think so. Yeah, at least I'd hope so. Yeah, because something like that would be very useful to just have defined as a field. I mean, one of those as a feature would be straight up on like on a post, the number of likes, the list of authors, the list of comments. They all could be defined as a feature, but then you need to be extra careful just to request only the data that you actually need to avoid calculating them. Okay. Interesting. I like that idea. It's like default queries, default subqueries. So yeah, for now we're gonna do away with marking posts like this. So let's mark it here as done because we're nearly at the end. Okay, so we got a post. So now we just need to specify if it's approved. That's simple enough. define field approved. Okay. And that will be just type boolean. And that's it. I mean, I could make additional, who approved it and whatnot, but for now, I mean, we could do, right? Sure. If it's approved or not. So we could define probably another relation to something like if it's approved or not. But I don't think I need that functionality personally, because we could just make this thing, it'll be approved, and which user approved what comment. That could make sense if we had, for example, if on a blog I had an option that, okay, this blog post was approved by this, I mean, it was authored by this and that person, and therefore all the users that are actually authors of the post have rights to approve comments, for example. Interesting idea. Yeah, let's do it. Approved. So let's do it this way. New file, approved.surrealql, and instead learned will be approved, and it will point from the user to a comment. Okay. When it was approved, and what I would add here additionally, because I would like to make it possible only for the comments that aren't already approved. So let's say the thing that it's pointing to needs to point to something where value is not approved. But I am worried that if I will suddenly redo... What's going to happen if I'm going to redo index? It's going to try to reevaluate those and say like, oh, sorry, we can't do that. Interesting problem. Because I would like this assert to run only when I actually change the value. Or change only this field, not anything else. Because we already had a problem where when we were doing something, it was complaining something being null, something being wrong date, but maybe that was only because the type itself was wrong. We're gonna check that. We're gonna create something and then we're gonna add an index and see what happens. Sure. For now, we'll just make it where it cannot be approved when approving. And the value pointing to it approved. I think there's a simpler way to do it. Because that means that there will be only one approval per comment. So we can just whatever. We don't care about that. Just make sure it exists. And therefore, we can make only one approval per comment. And that means that the column out, basically what we're pointing out at, needs to be unique. Therefore, this will already prevent any situation where a comment can be approved by more than one person. Cool. I like that idea. All right, so we've got the pointing from there to there approved. Any other thing about approving? I mean, I would like to be able to check if the approver is the author of the post that basically if the this record should be, we should be able to create this record that somebody approved something only in a situation where that user is the author of the post that this comment is on. So, because we can assure that the user already exists and the comment already exists, so post does exist as well. So on the infield, or outfield, infield, let's go from the user itself. So let's make sure that the user, how do we make this query? Or the value .id or whatever value. So we want to go to the post, right? So we're going to get from the user to the post. So we're going to want to get a list of posts through that comment. Oh dear. So let's say that the value that we're setting for the user, so basically the user ID, needs to be exactly the same as we go with out. I mean, this, right? This out. So basically from this link, approved, we go to the comment and the post and the author. So we basically make sure that the value, the user ID is in the list of authors that exists. Oh no, because comment post, and post doesn't have a list of authors. It just points at authored the user by the user. Oh dear God. Not sure if this is correct. We're nearly at the finish line. I really want it to work. So yeah, the approval can be made only if the user, because yeah, this is it, the user exists and the user ID is in. We take the approved relationship that is pointing at comment. From comment we go to the post that was specified, and that post needs to be authored by a user, which is ID, which is yeah, this is going to return a list of authors, right? And basically their IDs. Therefore, we can basically make sure that this is inside that list. Oof. Never wrote a query like that, but that's the whole thing with relations. It's supposed to be possible to do that. We'll see if it works. So yeah, that should make sure that only the only person that can approve it is the author of the post. Sure. Let's try to push it there and see what happens. Because we already, did we push the, did we put the, Oh, we probably haven't defined the comment yet. So let's just go here. Let's define this whole crazy thing with the approved. No errors when creating it here. Okay, that's good. And therefore we can go to here and go to our comment, which we haven't finished yet, but basically we don't. That's the approved. So I wanted to basically make it so that whenever we create or remove the what do you call it? Whenever create or remove the approval, it will automatically set the approved to either true or false. Okay? And this way we won't have an weird situation. So we could create an event, right? So let's do that. Define event, and we define event before on the post, right? Yeah. Let's copy this and let's just paste it. So event on approval creation. Okay. On table comment. No, wait. Approved. Okay, that's our table. So the approved when event is create. Okay. So I create the approval. Yep, just when we create it, that's all. Then basically we take the after, because we don't have before because it didn't exist here. So we take after out, which is the comment. So yeah, we basically need to do update that comment set approved to true. That's all we need to do. That's the event. When it was created, we just set it. And the thing is that this event will trigger only after that approved was actually successfully created. So after all the crazy checks, it will happen. And the other event that we're going to create is on the delete, on approval deletion. Okay. When the approval is deleted and we don't have after anymore, we have only before the deletion, we set approved to false. Okay. And I want to make one extra thing. When we do define event on approval update, okay, on update, whenever we have an update, throw cannot update approval status. I just want to add the to string the after.id. So I just want to add the ID to the thing. So basically the whole thing is that if we have already approval defined, we don't want to allow to ever change it. This way we don't have to handle situations like, oh, what if the infield got changed? What if the outfield got changed or whatever? Don't allow changing, and that's it. I mean, in theory, but we just don't want to allow it. So yeah, that's that. That should be it. Those three events. So let's actually create them on the on this thing, and let's make sure. Oh, error. The problem with the data is parser unexpected token, a strand expected, end of file. What? Strand. Um, oh, it's trying. Wait, let's try to define this guy because it shows query 1 and just failed. Run this. That's fine. Define this event. That's fine. Okay, so now this thing is just unhappy about me doing stuff here. I see. I forgot this thing here. Then, and we need this. Okay, I see. I missed a bunch of stuff. Okay, there we go. We can't create an approvals yet because we don't have data. But yeah, the approval process should be fine with automatically updating the whole thing. The last thing is the version history. So the version history would be basically a list of content. You know what? Let's not have version history. If somebody wants to correct their comment, they will just write a new comment, okay? Just like that, simple. Make sure you're writing stuff online carefully. No editing. And this way we have a simple comment, and the comment can be, can post itself as a parent comment. So that's that. So I can actually point this thingy at itself. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that's it. I think we've got it covered, so we can just try to put it into the database. Comment is here. There we go. Copy. I mean, we don't want that select statement here, so we want to just do this. Copy. And let's hope nothing breaks. Nothing broke. All right. Designer. Okay, designer actually decided to work. So we have the user connection, liked, approved, viewed, and that's pretty much it. And authored, okay. Requires learned. Wow, this is plenty of stuff here. Series, the comment can be either approved or liked. And does it display record links? There we go. Now it's with record links. So that's even more. Oh dear. Yeah, this is a mess to kind of try to make sense here. But we have a bunch of fields, so we can kind of run quick queries. So let's try to make quick queries. Let's say that I want myself to comment on the test1 thing. So on a test1 post. So create comment. Okay. Content will be, what do we need here for a comment? For a comment, we need the content, which will be this post sucks. Okay. Then we've got author, which will be user Scotty. Created at will set itself. Then post. Post needs to be post test1. Reply to is none. So that will be, I hope, because it's a nullable, I don't have to set it. And approved. Oh, approved needs to be default false. Okay. Yeah. And I guess I wouldn't want the user to set it themselves. So I guess that would be something where those permissions could come in place. For now, we don't worry about that, okay? Let's assume that everything is happening from the backend. So I can just say remove field approved on table comment, and then define it again with the default value to false. Okay, there we go. What? Wait. Approved. Okay, there we go. Now it's good. So this post sucks, and that's that. And we don't have anything else. That's all we have. So create a comment. Okay, and then we're gonna create another comment in response. So we've got that this one is this, so we can say that it's a reply to this one on the same blog post. I guess there should be another check that if it's a post, if it's a reply to, it needs to be set to the same thing as the other post. Okay. So we have author will be not xconti, will be you suck too. Okay. Just regular comments. So before we do that, let's actually do that. The thing that when the post is being set, we want to make sure that the value is that, and the thing here will be that if something happens, then something happens. I really wonder, can we actually specify it like this with curly brackets? If that would be the thing, that would be awesome. But no, it just needs to return a value. So I don't think we can do that. No. So this, and we will need to get to this dot reply to is none, or this reply to, which is the point at the comment dot post, needs to be exactly the same as the value. Okay, this should make sure that that reply to is either none. So reply to is either none, but while it's set, if it's set, we take the post that it, wait, the reply to is the comment from which we check if it's post, and it needs to be basically set to the same thing. All right, should work. So let's see if that's actually gonna work. So we're gonna do remove field post on table comment. Okay, I'm gonna remake it. So let's see if I can run this. Bam. So we've got the comment. There we go. Can I create another one like that? Let's reply to it. Which will be, yeah, let's do this. Let's make it that I reply to this comment that we just created. So we reply to this. And I'll say, I'm gonna ban you. Just a bunch of threads, right? Reply to instead of reply to. Oh, did I make that mistake? Yep. Thank you for pointing that out. Thank you. Because that means that right now it just always works. Field. Post from comment. On table comment. I really miss just being able to redefine fields. Run. Oh, I still have a mistake. What? Here. There we go. Do I love maths? Not really. I really appreciate math. I can enjoy videos about math. but I stopped learning it in high school, so I kind of suck at it. Okay, so let's see if I can reply to the thing, but I'm gonna point to a different post. I'm gonna point to this post instead. And it should catch it that, hey, you're doing something wrong. Okay, so this will be pointing to a different post, even though it's responding to the comment number 1. Run. There we go. Found post for post with record. Field must conform to this. Awesome. But if I'm gonna put it back here, bam, works. Oh, this is so awesome. That those asserts aren't actually that difficult to create. So we go to comment, and we got 3 comments. None of them approved. So can I approve this comment? Let's just do the first one. This post sucks. Okay, gonna copy the ID. We're gonna try to approve it. So let's do this. Relate user xconti approved and this post. And do I need to specify anything here with approved? Find table and out date, which will calculate itself, and we have the index and bunch of events. Okay. So before we run it, let's just take a peek at the Explorer again and the comment, this post sucks, right? This thingy. It doesn't even have the, wait, approved is false, okay? So let's see if we're gonna run this query. I'm just making sure that I have the same comment. Yeah. I'm gonna run this query. If it's gonna work. Bam. Oh. Must conform to value is not this and value ID inside that. Oh, I see. What I need to do first is relate user xconti authored post test 1. I think I need to first make it that I authored it. Okay. Now let's see if this works. Bam, it works. Oh, that's so good. And that means events should have run too. So if I'm gonna go to that comment, approved is true. Look at that. Refresh here. That is so good. So if I would make it that the not xconti tried to approve the comment, it'll probably be for field and with record approved, but field must conform, so the other check is happening first. So if I would make that the not xconti authored at that as well, just a bunch of authors angry at each other, it will say, sorry, somebody already approved it. Okay, I'm kind of proud of the result here, because that means that you just can't do stuff. So let's just try to remove the relation. Delete. And what was it? The user xconti. Let's just make it. How do I select the thing? User xconti points at approved. Where that's interesting. Do you use this on the delete statement? I forgot. We go to statements, delete. Okay, so we have delete this and that. On condition where name is London. So we take this and bam. Is there a way to combine it? Delete person where, oh, this, and another condition here. I see. So I want to do, basically, we need to specify the database first. I mean, the table. So we want to delete approved, where the approved is by user xconti. How do I make it like in between? Because I guess I need to run two queries. So delete approved, where user, where ID is user xconti, right? So only that thing. Oh, I probably don't need to do that, because there's only one approval per comment. So I could just grab this comment and make it basically it all approved, where approved points at comment, where ID is this. Oh, at comment, where ID is this. And that should be it. Run, deleted one. So now when I will go to Explorer, refresh, this got evaluated as not approved anymore. Okay, it works. Okay, event work. The last thing I need to check is, let's say I'll introduce that approval, right? Run selection. There we go. Therefore here, the refresh is approved. What happens if I'm gonna try to update the specific record, the approved thing, set, and what did we have on that field again? We've got out, date, and that's it. And out and stuff. So let's say I'm gonna try to point it where n is user not xconti. I think we're gonna fail with some other stuff first. Oh. We didn't get an error. What? It still shows as approved. Oh, wait. Scotty, is this? Okay, what just happened? Because I said this. And it returned the same thing, just without changing it. That's interesting. Does it mean that we can't update the in and out? Or does it mean that, let's say to approved, I will add extra field, notes. Okay, or just note. On table approved, type optional, optional string. Okay, and that's it. We're just gonna define that extra field. Okay. Which is something that will be helpful. Okay, when somebody approves it, they can add a note like, oh, this because of this and that. Okay, so we got that field. What I'm gonna try to set that field. Note is kinda funny. That's the reason to approve a comment, right? An error code cannot update approval status. Okay, I see. So with update, we can't change the in or out, which is actually great news because I can simplify a bunch of other of my code, because I assume that this could be changed and whatever, and it complicates. That makes 100% sense. Okay, that's awesome. That means that we just have creation this and we cannot change it. It just stays the same. Okay. That's great. And so do we have everything defined? Let me just check. Okay, let's just add the green check mark to the user because we have everything about the user and we have everything about the comment. Oh, this is so good. We basically have the whole schema actually done before too. So that's good. I feel like I learned something here. Okay. So that's awesome. Likes, approved, all the stuff here. We can easily pull stuff here. So let me actually upload it or something. So I'm gonna take a screenshot of this and I'm gonna add it to the repo. Save it as sure on desktop. This will be the SurrealDB stream 3 diagram. Okay, I'm gonna save it like that. And we're actually gonna go to a different repository. Let's grab this and just remove this whole underscore schema at the end. Because this is kind of, ugly with it. And I'm just gonna commit it to the learning SurrealDB repository. And I'm gonna include the diagram just so that there's some kind of idea. So, Reveal in File Explorer. I'm just gonna open up the other repository, which is Learning Surreal. There we go. So, take the database, copy everything here. Let's make it new folder, stream 3. Okay. I'm gonna plop it here. And I'm also gonna grab the picture. Where it go now? There we go. Okay. This says grand success. Already have something very real to use. Exactly. And in the next stream, I think we're gonna expand it by using all the new access stuff, because this just begs to have parts of it handled by the backend and parts of it handled by the user themselves. Like, oh, just show me the stuff that I liked. Show me the this and that, maybe just comments or something. The simple stuff to view and maybe add a like or something. And yeah, simple stuff like that to be accessible directly from the database. Okay, so we've got all those. Let's just actually make it so that we have new folders, stream 1 and stream 2. So what was data? Okay, that was the first stream, definitely. Or we tried to make posts this way. So different. Okay, so data and schema was again the first one, right? Yeah. So data and schema goes to stream 1, learning relations goes to stream 2, and stream 3 goes here. And did we have anything interesting in README? Just a playlist. Stream 3 diagram. Let's just do stream 3, which is designing schema. We're just gonna point to the picture, which is a finished schema diagram, and that will point to stream 3 slash, what did I name it? Oof, that's some name. .png. Okay, so all we have to do is commit the changes. Learning Surreal, okay. And we have all that stuff. Till the end of stream 3. Okay. Push it, and we should be able to see it. And I don't think I can just go to GitHub quickly, right? It's too bad there's no button to open in GitHub. Huh. All right. There we go. Oh, there's GitHub. Does it show the picture? No, it does not. What are they wrong? I don't know what I did wrong. GitHub Markdown image. I guess it doesn't like relative links. Yeah. Yep. There we go. We're just gonna quickly change that because it makes me mad that it's so ugly. Uh-huh. Is it really it? Yeah, learning surreal. Okay. Branch is main slash this. Whatever row true is supposed to be. But let's just do that and commit it. Hopefully fixed the image. Yeah, kind of looks good. Unless it just doesn't like the space. I don't know. If not, I'll fix it off stream. No big deal. Yep. Oh well, never mind. But the image is here, so that's what matters. Okay, cool. So, hi, you can go to the repo to see the code. And in the next stream, we're gonna take a peek at the basically how the authentication works. And besides just what we're using, which is system user, we're gonna try to use record users, which is basically so that every time somebody creates an account through Clerk on my website, they will automatically get an account created as a record in our database that links to there, and therefore with their token from logging in through Clerk, they will automatically be able to log into the database and have a limited querying abilities to maybe, hey, query all the posts for this comment, or query all the comments for this post, add a comment, like something, show me all the comments I made, bunch of other simple things. But, nothing crazy, nothing with managing or changing posts, nothing with changing the topics or anything, just reading it, because there are ways to define all those things per table and per record. And this way, we wouldn't need to maintain any kind of backend on our end. As long as we have the database deployed, a user can just connect directly to the database, and we can be sure that they won't be able to screw anything up. So that's the goal. And I think even during deployment, Astro could have its own type of user with its own privileges and do some additional stuff. But that's gonna probably really complicate the permissions. We'll see. All right. So that's that. And yeah, that should be it. So I want to thank you for watching. I want to thank also Mithridates again, The Unknown, and initially Obina Equino for helping. This feels like a very successful stream. It was a pleasure. If you like the content, consider liking and subscribing on YouTube or following on Twitch. And next stream for SurrealDB will be the same time next week. Well, for me, Wednesday night. For most of you, probably Thursday morning. And next Friday, we'll continue with reading the NIM manual. So again, thank you for watching and have a wonderful morning, night, whatever it is out there for you. Have a wonderful day.